Morning, everybody. Welcome to today's meeting. I'll start the meeting in the traditional way with the karakia. E te hui, whaia te mataranga ki a marama, ki whae take nahi ngā mahi katoa, tu maia tu kaha, aroha atu, aroha mai, tātou ia tātou katoa. Can I remind people to put their phones on silent? I've got a couple of meeting notices to read out, so bear with me. Whakatane District Council are now live streaming our council and standing committee meetings held in our totara room within the council building. The webcast will live stream directly to council's website and YouTube channel in real time. The purpose of streaming our meetings is to provide greater access to council debate, decision making, and to encourage transparency. For those members of the public here today, all care will be taken to maintain your privacy. However, by remaining in the public gallery, it's understood that your consent has been given if your presence is inadvertently broadcast. Please be aware the microphones in our room are sensitive to noise, so please remain quiet throughout the meeting unless asked to speak. Health and safety notices. In case of an emergency, please follow the building wardens or make your way to the nearest exit. The meeting point is located across the road at Peace Park. Bathroom facilities are located opposite the Chambers foyer entrance. A couple of other things here. Please note there's an additional submission scheduled to be heard at 12:15. That's by Barry Cutfield. Due to an administrative oversight, an administrative oversight resulted in it not being shown on the schedule within the agenda. So we'll be hearing that today. And another one is the agenda order change. The Mayor's Chief Executive and other reports will be done at the tail end of the meeting. We really need to get through these hearings first. So we've got, the meeting will start with just the usual, I'll do that later on when we start the hearings. There are no apologies notified. Are there any acknowledgements or tributes from members? None? Do any members have any conflicts of interest to declare that are related to the business we're going to be doing here today? No. We're now at the public participation section, so welcome Van May and Company. Most people here know that there are two major conflicts going on the planet at the moment, one in the Ukraine and one in the Middle East. You'll be speaking about the Palestine situation. You've got 5 minutes. In the interests of getting through it, we'll try and stick to time if you wouldn't mind. Thank you.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko poi mai nei te ata, mo te kōrero, ko Vanna Ho. I'm a young resident living in Whakatane o Ngāti Awa Whenua. My background is in the arts and media for community empowerment. I'm from Pākehā and East Asian backgrounds. I really believe in the human interconnectedness of all of us, and that it's our duty to resist colonial violence in all forms on this whenua here and elsewhere for the collective liberation of the planet against oppressive systems. As mentioned, one of the most horrifying acts of oppression that we are being witness to currently and watching in real time is the horrendous real-life situation of Palestinians trapped in Gaza. Palestine and Palestini have spent over 76 years with Israel illegally occupying their whenua, experiencing over 76 years, ethnic cleansing, apartheid, displacement, media censorship, the complete dehumanization of Arab and Muslim lives, land theft and more. Gaza is a very small area of land and it is completely enclosed by Israel. and one of the most densely populated areas on the planet. It is commonly known as the world's largest open-air prison. Palestinians have been trapped in Gaza, and for over 200 days we have witnessed an ongoing genocide, with them being bombed and massacred and brute force by the fourth most powerful military on the planet, who are trying to ethnically cleanse them for good from the lands. And this is the very, very brief context of one of the worst humanitarian crises we are seeing in real time, with at least 40,000 Palestinians, that is the recorded number so far, being killed in the last few months by Israeli occupation, who have the right to resist their death and their occupation, being martyred, having all their cities and playgrounds leveled, hospitals and schools bombed, tens of thousands of kids dead, journalists and poets murdered, mass graves uncovered, amputated limbs. The horrors are truly unconscionable, and I'm sure you've seen them across the internet as well, and doesn't need repeating, that we ache for all the people trapped there. It could be really easy to feel helpless and also feel like everything is happening on the other side of the planet and very far away from our own whenua, our own decisions, and far away from a local council meeting. The thing is that it's not. This genocide is being committed by specific people, specific companies and systems of powers. The current government is complicit in the actions it's taken and specifically not taken in standing with Palestinians. And every person and functioning body, like this council, has a choice in how we respond to these horrors. We either ignore it completely and let this crisis unfold without intervention, or we use our collective power and the levers and mechanisms that we do have control over to stop this occupation and denounce genocide. For myself, my community members and the hundreds of Kiwi Palestinians that live in Aotearoa, Palestine is not a faraway land, it lives in our hearts. Within our boycotts and protests and actions and in the pain we're seeing. The struggle of Palestine lives in the history of New Zealand too, and how New Zealand was founded, and the history of land theft, seizure and colonial occupation, an attempt of genocide to tangata whenua, an attempt to raise Māori culture here. So it's a mirror to the violences we're seeing overseas. As tangata tiriti, I am only here but through Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and as tangata tiriti, like many of us sitting around this table, we have a duty to the future of Aotearoa to resist all forms of settler colonial violence globally. And with Palestine in mind and in your heart, I would ask the Whakatane District Council to take a principled stand for Palestine and commit to actions of solidarity for our local community to stand behind, since there can be no peace on stolen land. Solidarity looks like a number of actions, the most important request being to call for an immediate, permanent ceasefire and an end to the occupation of Palestine, joining the likes of Waiheke and Māngere o Tahuhu local boards. Another request is to visibly raise the Palestinian flag outside of the council for 3 months, or preferably until the genocide has ceased and Palestine is free. And for the local board to commit to BDS, boycott, divest and sanction, or remove all connections with companies associated with profiting off the current genocide in the Middle East, and to apply pressure upwards and vertically with other councils and make it clear that nobody stands for genocide. Ahakoa he iti he paunamu, your voice can make a difference, our voice can make a difference in pushing our government and communities to be on the right side of history. Kia ora.
Thank you, Van May.
Well done.
Well, yeah, came in on time. Do any of the members have any questions for Van May? Councillor Boynton.
Tēnei te mihi nui atu kia koe, kia koutou, mō tō kaha, I whakaputa mai te kōrero o te mamai o ngā iwi takatake o Baratinia. Just want to acknowledge, thank you for your presentation and your strength to be able to bring this issue to Whakatane District Council. One of the pātai I have is just what is your view in terms of the current International Court of Justice, who may be issuing arrest warrants for war crimes for Israel government?
What's the current view? those arrests are necessary and should happen. However, it is a complex history in this region with 76 years of occupation, so one arrest alone won't make a difference. We need solidarity across all people to say, you know, it's not just the current Prime Minister that is causing this, it is division in the region that has been sowed by settler colonial oppression. So yeah, it's still important, even if these arrests don't come through, which they might or they might not. It's been a lot of deliberation, but yeah, the time is now to really come to Tahitanga and say, hey, not now, not ever, not this current Prime Minister of Israel, and not the next one either.
Thank you for that. I did mention that question because it relates to possibly international sanctions and may support a decision that the Council makes. Thank you.
Councillor Tenshos?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for coming along today, you and to all of you, and putting this on the table for us to consider, put it on our agenda. I think you're right that people feel helpless watching this unfold in front of our eyes. And so thank you for putting forward some specific things you'd like us to consider. In terms of the Council calling for a ceasefire, it feels like a not very powerful thing to do unless it's part of a broader movement. So I was wondering, are you aware of a kind of either national or international kind of network of councils and local governments, state governments or whatever, that are kind of banding together to collectively put forward a view?
Kia ora mō tō pātai. No, I'm not aware of a collective of councils. However, the connections are growing as the situation unfolds in Palestine. So, as mentioned, Waiheke and Mangere Otahu local board have both committed to a ceasefire call. Ngāti Kahungunu is the first iwi to call for a ceasefire as well, and really our hope is that the more local councils can get on board, we will start to collectivise, and that for every single council that puts forward that call for an end to occupation, that is a really strong message to the government that on a local level we don't stand for it, and the hope is that that will push their actions to better decisions, and also for every local community to grow stronger together. But I'm not aware of a collective network, no.
I might ask one. Councillor Boynton referred to the International Court of Justice, and my understanding is, and it might have modified, is that their verdict stopped short of actually calling it a genocide, which I actually was quite surprised about. What's your view on that? Because this is supposedly the highest authority that we have on the planet, and yet didn't quite get across the line.
Kia ora. The International Court of Justice spoke about plausible acts to committing a genocide, which at the time, it's my understanding that that was their choice in terms of the way to be able to continue to monitor Israel in their situation, as opposed to calling for a genocide and then it all going on fire in terms of the US and Israel relationships. So the International Court of Justice is also made up by humans and human laws, and is influenced by popular opinion. So yeah, that verdict is still being seen, and the complete dehumanization of Arab populations, I would say, also lends itself to that in terms of the discrepancies between how the ICJ has responded to Palestine as opposed to the Ukraine.
Thank you, Van May. Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your presentation. I think we're all joined with you in being horrified by the amount of violence and death being committed against all the children, women and men too. The statement and the direction you're going about people standing up and making statements against the death and injury going on, does that also include the release of the hostages held by Hamas and the initial action of Hamas in starting this thing and that? I agree with you that what's happening in Palestine is terrible, and I agree with you, it just shouldn't happen. But do we have a balanced view about also the hostages that are still being held and the death caused by Hamas?
Kia ora. So, to answer your question, there are at least 9,000 Palestinians that are currently trapped in Israeli prisons. And as context to Hamas, an October 7th attack has been 76 years of illegal occupation of Israel on Palestine. Palestinians, as the indigenous people of their whenua, have the right to resist occupation, and while people may not all be siding with Hamas, and I do believe in, releasing hostages, the conditions for meeting a ceasefire has not been the fault of Hamas, it has been the fault of the Israeli government in terms of occupying Palestine. So that is the context in which the October 7th has happened, has been at least 4 wars against Palestine by Israel, and an untold amount of suffering. But, the mamai is there for those hostages as well, because every life is precious.
Thank you.
Thank you, Van May and company. We've got to move the meeting on, but thanks very much for coming, and well done, thank you. Well, now some routine council business just before we get to the hearing stage. Starting with confirmation of council meeting minutes. Regarding the council meeting of the 17th of April 2023, we'll have the reference table items will be updated. But do I have a mover and a seconder that the council confirm the minutes of the following council meetings as true and correct? The council meeting held on Thursday the 14th of March 24, and the council meeting held on the 17th of April 24, subject to the completion of the table. Mover Councillor James and second Councillor Isles. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Passed. There is a public excluded council meeting minutes that need to be also confirmed. If people have no objections or have found nothing wrong with them, could we move those and second them now? Move Councillor Isles, seconded Councillor James. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Let's have it. We now move to section 8 where we receive minutes and committee recommendations, standing committee meeting minutes that is. Do I have a mover and a seconder that the following committee minutes be received? Chief Executive Performance and Support Committee, 27th of February 24, Risk and Assurance Committee meeting, 5th of March 24, and the Living Together Committee meeting, the 4th of April 24, the Infrastructure and Planning meeting of the 11th of April 24. Do I have a mover? Councillor Boynton moves, Councillor Tanshaw seconds it. All those in favour? Aye. Against? The ayes have it. There is a series of public excluded committee meeting minutes as well. If they are the Commercial Advisory Board minutes of the 20th of February, Chief Executive Committee meeting public excluded minutes of the 27th of February, and the Risk and Assurance Committee meeting of the 1st of March. If nobody has any observations or errors to point out on that, could I have a mover, Councillor James, and second Councillor Boynton? All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? The ayes have it. Section 8.2, we're on page 13 of the agenda. There is a need to pass through the council a resolution or a recommendation that was part of the IPC, or the Infrastructure and Planning Committee meeting of the 11th of April 24. The recommendation is that Whakatane District Council, this has already been approved by the IPC committee, that the Whakatane District Council retrospectively approved the unbudgeted expenditure of $1.429432 million with the local share related to this unbudgeted expenditure being 450,000 approximately. 450,047,000 to be precise, funded from the roading storm reserves. So since that's already been through the committee, I have a mover, Councillor Dennis, and a seconder, Councillor Isles. All those in favour? Against? Passed. There is a note here that regards the speed management plan adoption on page 14. It was recommended in the IPC meeting that I spoke to before. As the speed management plan requires further review and amendments, it has been, I propose, and it has been recommended to me, and I've accepted that this item be deferred for now. There's still some bit of mahi and work to be done in the background. So once all the changes can be identified, the updated plan will be represented and the process to adopt the plan occur at that point. So if everybody's okay with that, we will just put that aside for now.
I'm just wanting to expand on what the changes are that they are making to it before it comes back to us.
Well, perhaps
We were quite implicit on what it was we were wanting in there, which was nothing. No, the speed management
Okay. So
plan, because we were throwing out all of the suggestions of like lowering everything to 30k.
So my understanding is that the GM will be holding a workshop with you in coming months to work our way through the various aspects of that and to reset that with you as councillors. So you can expect that. Councillor Poller also asked me a question about that the other day. So I mentioned it. Is that correct, Bevan? Yeah. So you'll be going through a workshop shortly.
Just with the clarification, I thought the councillors were quite clear about what we did and we didn't want, so I'm not sure why further review and a workshop's required.
Well, I'm not sure that's true. I certainly don't feel that I had a full say. I mean, my understanding was we were going to go through a process to discuss it all, because I don't think we had a collective view of exactly what was yes and what was no.
I actually
don't feel like I've had my opinion.
I was absent from the meeting, but it seemed to me from what our general manager was saying that there were another couple of items that we felt to be urgent and merited being actually considered. So it's not that it's going away, the package will be represented and we'll get to decide on it again. Councillor Puller.
If I may, Mr Chair, there's also an opportunity to sheet home the cost of the project, which of course being reduced in size, the value that was there before will not be now. So this is an opportunity also to just bring that forward as a new cost, and we'll know that we can approve.
It was a different report.
One other thing, Your Worship. It shows there when there was a vote. I was present at that meeting, but my vote doesn't seem to have been recorded.
Okay, we'll note that. All right, well, actually we got through that pretty quickly. We've got 5 minutes up our sleeves. I'll read the first speaker is here. Okay. Well, if the first speaker is amenable, I will just read out a little bit of a blurb, but you're welcome to come up and take a seat. So I extend the Council's appreciation to the 1,000 or so individuals and organisations who have made the effort to submit on our draft long-term plan. I especially welcome the 80 or so people who have chosen to speak to their submissions overall. 80 is a significant number, and as you can appreciate, it's been quite an undertaking to create a workable schedule. To ensure fairness to all, I'll be keeping as much as possible to the schedule. So time limits will be enforced with, I might use some discretion in some cases. I'm not going to cut somebody off in the middle of a sentence. I remind people that this is a formal council meeting. It'll be conducted with decorum, professionalism and civility. I'm sure members of the gallery and speakers will respect councillors, staff and each other. Council is here to listen and ask questions of clarification of those who are speaking to their submissions. I won't tolerate behaviour that interferes with that hugely important objective. So welcome, David. Oh yes, with minor sort of a routine resolution that we have to get through just before you kick into your presentation. So I need a mover and a seconder. The council received the hearings of submissions on the long-term plan 2024-34 to May 24 report, and that the council note the use of special consultative procedure in relation to long-term plan Section 93A and the requirements of Section 83(1)(e) of the Local Government Act 2002 to ensure that any person who wishes to present his or her views to the local authority or its representatives is given a reasonable opportunity to do so. So could I have a mover, Councillor Boynton, seconded Deputy Mayor Imick. All those in favour? Against? Let's have it. So welcome, David. David, it's an individual submission. You've got 5 minutes, and then there's 5 minutes for questions. So go ahead.
How should we scale and fund and stage upgrades to Rexmoor Recreation Hub? Option 3, and I think the council should only proceed with the upgrade when it has received 100% of external funding to carry out the upgrade without burdening ratepayers with the cost and debt. How should we manage food waste? Option 2, only where necessary. Teach people how to compost when they have a garden to use it in. I dig my food waste directly into the ground by first digging a trench and then pouring it in and then backfilling it with earth from the trench. I don't put my green bin out because I don't need to. Technology can be used to make the user pays per bin pick up for both food waste bins and green waste bins, and it could be done on weight. How quickly should we close the funding gap? $16.83 a week is what every ratepayer will pay for just the financing. Repaying the borrowing for Free Waters, transportation, parks and community facilities. It comes to a total of $618,200,000 to complete the expected capital expenditure. Means that every ratepayer, that's 16,000 of them, will have a debt or mortgage of $38,637.50 over the 10-year period. So paying it back is $3,863.75 a year, or $74.30 a week. This equates to 2.5 months old age pensioner for a pension. How should we distribute rates increases across the properties in our district? I opted for option 3 here. I'm worried that the $559.13 for 24-25 will be multiplied the same each year, and in 2034-2035 it will climb to $5,592.30 a year. What happens to families who don't have the money and the debt collectors are called in? Do they end up as homeless people, dossing down on the streets? I would suggest that they go and camp at the mayor's house or the district councillors' houses for those who forced them out. On Tuesday in Kopi, I saw a vehicle of what looked like a homeless person's residence. It was sad. I've seen people camping out on the streets in Wakatani. And going back to debt, in the UK city of Birmingham, it went bankrupt. So if it can happen to a big city like that over there, it can happen here in Whakatane. I just would like you to consider what you spend and how you spend it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. The floor is open to questions. Does anybody have any questions for David? Councillor Dennis.
Mr. Austin, I'd just like to thank you for your well-presented submission, and I haven't really got too many questions to ask, although in one of your articles here that you see pensioners and people with low incomes being forced to sell their homes. Or is that what you see as a result?
That is what I see, that could be a result.
Thank you.
Councillor James?
Yeah, morning Harry, thanks for that. It's a fine line between towns moving forward and staying stagnant. So are you still keen to see town moving forward, the area, the whole district, not Whakatane, the whole district?
Well, we have to move forward with the free rates, the free waters and transportation and things like the parks and stuff like that. If you want to build a new grandstand, why don't you get people to come and work together to build one? Put their time in and labour rather than building a flash one.
Any further questions? Well, thank you, David.
Thank you.
Okay, and Norman. All right, the next speaker was supposed to be Gordon Dixon, but he's a no-show at this point, so we will move on to the next speaker who is here, and that's, he's well known to us all, Norman Isaac. Norman, welcome. I think it's Norman down here, is it?
It's Norm.
Okay. Norm. Yeah, sorry, I'll I was waiting for his wingman. Okay. Is Janine here?
In the waiting room.
Well, let's just take a recess, shall we? Just for a few minutes or-
They're in the waiting room.
Okay.
Are we ahead of schedule, are we?
Yeah.
12:15.
Is listed here as 9:40.
Oh, I just thought you said in the opening at 12:15.
No, that's Barry Cutfield.
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
Well, we'll go into an adjournment just for a few minutes, folks. At ease. All right, welcome back, folks. Our schedules had to be adjusted on the fly. So the next speaker is Frances Curtis and her group, who are all familiar to us. Welcome, guys. You've got 10 minutes and then time for questions. So when you're ready. Is that you, Tiffany, down there? Oh, yes.
You got your right glasses?
Yeah.
No, but make sure you got those hearing aids.
I'm sure you're there.
Make sure you got the hearing aids in the Vic, please. Kia ora, Your Worship, tēnā tātou katoa, ngā kai hautū, te kaunihera, whakatāne. Councillors, Chief Executive, Senior Management, tātou e tau nei. Anei, te awa o te atua ko tai mai. Tai mai a ngā te awa, tai mai a ngā te rangitihi. Te kawe mai nei te kaipapa ki moi o koutou aroro i tēnei rā me ki te ni aotanga o mā tātua te awa. E tima tāke, uri atu ngā whakaaro ki te wahinga. Mai e te tipua, mai e te tapito, mai e te kāhui o ngā riki. Mai e tawhiwhia atu ki ngā tua. O i ka takina te mauri ko te mauri a hua nua mai. Ngā raki wei nei ngā kai hautū o te kaunihera o whakatāne. O mātou hoki i te kutahi o te awa o te atua te ni aotanga o mātātua o te awa. Tai mai tēnei wā ki te tuku i ngā kōrero. Hei wānangananga, hei taringa whakarongo. Mā te kaunihera o whakatāne. Hei oranga o ngaiwi katoa o te awa o te atua. Te mauri ka mau ka hono ki atu rā te toinu ko te toirangi. Tutu whakamau ai kia tēnā. Tēnā. Ui e. Ai ki e. Nō reira i te kora matua tēnā koe. Worship the Mayor. Thank you for your warm welcome this morning. O tira ki ngā kai hautū o te kaunihera. Also, we're pleased to be here today, recognising our councillors, our CEO, and all the staff in attendance. Kuri noa i te whare, kēnā ko tātou katoa. Ka mihi ki ngā mate. No te ata nei, no hinanahi nei, ka nehungia tō mātou papa a Chris Coffin. Takoto mai ia i te maraea o rangi auhia, engari nehungia ia ki kōkō hina. Marina ka mihi ki aia me ngā mate. I'd like to recognise our distinguished dead that have passed on, particularly Chris Coffin, who lay at Rangiao here and was buried at Kokohino in Te Tepo yesterday afternoon. Ko reira ngā mate haere, haere, haere koutou. Farewell, farewell. Tēnei mātou po tai mai. Mātou o ngā tiawa, mātou o ngā tirangitihi, me tūwhare tō ki onea o tūwhare tō ki umutai. Tai mai ki te kawe mai ngā kōrero ki a koutou i tēnei rā. Today, Tipene and I, and Frances and Kerry, are really pleased to be here to present to you today in relation to the ni aotanga o Mātātua, Te Arawa and our project, wastewater and sewage issues that are in Matata. So our presentation, we have our team to present, and at this point, ka mutu taku kōrero i konei. Mā Frances te ropu e arahi, kai konei mātou ngā kai kōrero, so Frances will lead from here, and each of us will speak and contribute to this presentation. Thank you, kia ora tātou.
Okay. Kia ora pai roto, tātou e hara rau mai ki raro I tēnā o ngā whare tēnā tātou. Very quickly, thank you so much again for giving your time to our councillors. Really appreciate it, especially with the technical advisory group presentation and leadership that we've been all, most of you around the table today that we presented last week. So thank you very much in advance. So as we know, you will be able to see our first slide, which is the history of our project. That Marata does not have a reticulated wastewater system at this time. And we have a number of failing septic tanks. We have over 200 properties over in Maratā, and a number of them are failing. Down at our Maratā Public School, that is happening as we speak, and they are not suitable for the environment. So these issues, as we know, and this was covered last week, have contributed to the different public health risks and environmental degradation to our over in Maratā. So it's happening particularly in the streams and some of our shallow groundwater. So we're very fortunate to have Matua Tipini here to be able to talk a little bit about that, being part of the Ngāti Rangitahi settlement around the Tarawera Awa, and into Te Awa Te Atua or Maratā Lagoon, as people name it as that. So this project, as we know, it has been in development for quite a while. We've already had a scheme, or the proposal of a scheme that happened previously that failed, and because it went to the Environment Court. And so from that, and I know that it was discussed last week, there was the drive to be able to stand up another initiative such as this, which is a massive project for the iwi involved, to develop a reticulated scheme. So this is what you're going to hear today as part of the implementation of our solution.
The next slide there, Your Worship, councillors, as the co-design approach, and as Francis mentioned earlier, several years, this project has been something that's been important, and as our councillors directly would know, the Rangitaiki area of concern in terms of better quality health. That's been the main drive, and that's the main vision, is to provide top quality health for our communities, in particular in relation to sewage and wastewater. I think we've learned from the past. I think, council and iwi together have come a long way, Worship, and that the trust has been a big issue amongst us all. And I think that we've grown more maturely in terms of how we communicate, our methodologies of approach, and how we do things, how we listen, how we sit down, negotiate and talk things out together. I think I'd like to acknowledge also the council members who are part of our family, working together, and the last 17, 18 months has been working extremely well. In fact, I don't think we've had a place where we've sort of got to a point where we've walked out on one another. No. And if we do, we sit down and work it out together, so that we get to an amicable decision where it's a consensus, where everyone agrees with our decision. I think that's what the co-design approach is important about, and I think it's probably one of the leading projects that this council should be very proud of, particularly with the political climate at the moment. I'll leave that over to the side. Anyway, as I just said, I just wanted to say that the Niaotanga o Mātātua Te Arawa is the name that we designed together. Why? Because both the Mātātua and Te Arawa waka landed there at the Maratā Lagoon. And I know that the Endeavour also landed there, not too far away from the same place. So it recognises the coming together of the iwi, which is significant for us in terms of our history of the past. But today, the design of our approach and working together in a unified approach, as council would appreciate, is one of the main values that we have as our strength. So, as you know, the membership is Ngāti Rangitihi, Tuparetoa, Ki Kawerau, but particularly also e Roniao and Umutahi. Ngāti Awa, Te Hapua, Ngāti Hikikino, Ngāi Te Rangi Hauhiri, Te Tāwera, and fully supported by our Runanga Ngāti Awa and our 22 Hapua. And the three council representatives, including the two councillors that I can see here, that are part of our committee. So It's an exciting opportunity. We're moving forward. It would be a shame if there's any impediment in our way, because it's about the health and quality of health for our communities in the future. Kia ora.
Right, 48 minutes. Seconds. I'll just talk very fast. So we're born and bred in Maratā. I'm just going to talk a little bit about, the Modi. Everyone goes, oh, Modi, and people who don't want to know what the Modi is go, oh, what is that? Ignorance is a tool as well. But of course, Modi is pristine, clean again. So that's what Modi means, and of course that's drinkable water in rivers and streams, and of course everyone goes, oh no, we can't do that. So that was just my spiel on Modi. Our settlement, Leith was our chief negotiator, myself, Darwin, and Ken Rodici, and one of the Perenaras was with us to start with, but he didn't do the whole, about 5 years it took us to settle. It's all online, 11 million in cash we got, and quite a few substantial pieces of land around Maratā, up back behind we're with the JAC, and up towards Tarawera Mountain as well, along the Tarawera River from the outlet out there, Tapahoro, the camp. We got the land back from the camp because that's where we did have a town called Tapahoro. The settlement will, we had a guy that, Leith's not here, so his head can't expand. Leith did 12 years as the CEO of the Puni Kokiri, and then he left in about 2015 or whatever it was, and we started our negotiations in 2018, 19, and right through to 2022. Anyway, we had he'd done his apprenticeship, his PhD in Wellington. So, what it's like, a whole lot of Joe Publics like our Ngāti Rangitihi, our members I just mentioned, going to Wellington without someone like Leith, well, you're doing it upwind, because they've got all this fancy speak down in Wellington, anywhere, the old politics speak. And Leith would come out of a meeting, we'd say, well, Chris Finlayson first, and then we had Andrew Little. What did he just say? He just said, we're not getting what we want, we're not going to get this, that and the other. But of course the way he speaks, or the way the minister spoke, was very hard to fathom what the hell they were talking about for an ordinary person. So,
you remember how you said you had 48 seconds to speak?
Yeah.
We were up about 2 minutes ago, so I'm going to have to get you to move it along.
Okay, yeah.
Bring it to a close, please.
I'll talk faster. Oxidation ponds, I'm not for oxidation ponds, but I'm hoping that one day, new technology will come along and we'll be able to clean that up again. So that's the hope. Instead of it all flowing into Aotearoa, because that's the main thing in our settlement, was that we want to restore the Modi of the Tarawera River, the Tarawera and Aotearoa, the lagoon, the Maratā Lagoon, which we even used to swim in when we were kids, even with Tasman polluting it like they were. We'd still swim in it, but then we go down the beach to clean off all the pulp and the dioxins, of course. Now we know what they are. Oh yeah, so so that'll be it for me. I'd say I complimented Leith on his contribution. Thanks.
Thanks, Stephanie. I presume you're finished?
Yeah.
I've just got something very quick to say.
Okay.
So an outcome of the Ngāti Rangatahi settlement was the creation of the Tarawera Awa Restoration Strategy Group. And so we would like to, as a rōpū, we support the Maratā Wastewater Scheme, and we have expressed that formal support through the submission process. But similarly, Te Niaotanga o Mātātua o Te Arawa supports the intent, supports the inclusion, of the Matata wastewater project in the long-term plan. We recognise as Te Rōpū there will be some external funding sought, and so we've also expressed our support for WDC's submission to the Bay Regional Council. Kia ora.
Well, thank you guys. Sorry that I have to cut it off, just that we're trying to be fair to everybody, and if I give you 5 more minutes, everyone's going to complain. So thanks for bringing that to a close. Does anybody have any questions? Councillor Puller.
Your Worship, I'm just going to say you've got my support for the project. It's a pity that the first one never got off the ground, but in hindsight, what we've got now is a much better option. So we look forward to that. The question I have is, in many submissions, kept asking about upgrade of Matata wastewater. And I just wonder why that is. Do they not understand how far through we are with the whole process? We need to communicate that somehow or other.
I think if we, so it's, well, last week we had a number of our technical experts here that had the ability to talk to that, which I'm sure they did. And so the consensus around our table is that it needs to go to a reticulated scheme as opposed to just upgrading existing septic tanks on people's properties. I'm going to leave it there because I think any of that conversation needs to be deferred to the technical group.
Councillor O'Brien.
Tuntai tēnei ka kia koe a, nā wengi wengi mata. Ia rata mā, o te kai o me te tūtai. E timu mōno re tēnei. Tai mai e koto, nā rangosi. Tamu te aotua, e ti. E hia ngā tau kua pahure. Tino whukumahi e koto. E mahi anau ngā mahi e pāna ki tēnei koto. O anō mata. Are tēnei kaupapa e taka i runga i nā taringa tūri, nā taringa mā. Kei mua ake tēnei kaupapa ngā mātou mai re rautaki. E tau tokana, tētahi ngā mata, e tau tokana mā, ako katoa tēnei. Kei mua ake tēnei kaupapa i ngā mātou mai re rautaki. Tira, tēnā koutou.
That must have been a lot of questions of clarification.
It was just one big long question. Was it? I know what happened. What does that mean?
Any other questions?
Councillor Tenchos.
Tēnei te mihi kia koutou. And thank you for presenting where we're at. Thank you for your acknowledgement.
Could you speak up, Councillor?
Yeah, my apologies. As has been said, we had a pretty thorough briefing the other day from the technical team. That was really helpful, I think, for all us councillors to get our heads around it. I was just going to follow on from John's question because I'm not sure that I think what John was asking for was, is there a communication program around this, so to ensure that the community of Matata understands where the project's at and how it's progressing?
Sorry. Yes. So in terms of the communication, we actually have a really great communication team here at Whakatane District Council that's come on board to support us, especially over the last probably 12, 13 months of our existence. And from the communication team, they've helped to support us to undergo engagement with our Marata Residents Association. We also have one of our councillors on there who's very active in that space and supports that. So the communication is reciprocal. It's happening as we move along. It's happening with ourselves in the iwi space where we are having ongoing engagement with our iwi entities as well as our various iwi members. So I think moving forward, any further communication that needs to occur will go through those channels, and I think that for us that's been highly successful, which I don't know if it's happened in the past, but as I say, with the co-design approach, that's helped to support that immensely.
Last question of clarification, Councillor Dennis.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. It's actually going to be a statement because I've noticed in the last hearings that a lot of people made statements, so for the first time I'm going to make a statement. In regard to Councillor Puller's question of why so many people...
First and last statement of the day, thanks, Councillor.
In regard to Councillor Puller's question about why are so many people submitting on it, when it's obvious that we're doing the job, I think you need to look at the history. The earliest history I've seen through the diaries of Joy Parks after she passed away. She had a number of journals on Marata newspaper clippings. The first attempt was back in 1978 to do sewage ponds up behind Rangatihi Marae, and it was turned down because it was going to cost a huge sum of £200,000 back then. And I think people know what it is and they submit on it every year here. They know it's going ahead. They are just scared that it's going to fall over like other ones, and they are desperate, some of them, to get it across the line, which is why my understanding is so many people have submitted on it. Would you consider that would be true?
Yeah.
That's a good, well done. Very sneaky.
He's on our committee.
Yeah, no, I thought he was going to make a submission there for a while. Thanks very much, guys. Thank you. Have we got Mark Fortin? So this is Mark Fortin, Norman Isaac, who are going to speak on behalf of the Whakatane Astronomical Society. Welcome, guys. Thank you, team. Yep.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I've got dreadful trouble seeing and hearing, so I've got Mark here to present my presentation, my submission on my behalf.
Norman.
Thanks, everybody. Although I'm speaking Norm's submission, I have a total support of what he's been doing for decades now. He's been asking for something to be done by successive councils sitting in this town. So my presentation here is today to urge you all to take the next steps to establish an internationally recognised dark sky reserve for Whakatane, and to start to share the very positive benefits that others are already enjoying. In every country there are ever decreasing dark sky areas due to constant human need to expand every town and city as a result of uncontrolled population explosion. All this light has been generated at great cost to the environment by us humans, who obviously are not a nocturnal species. There's two things happening here. One is the human effect on humans, not being able to see the night sky, but also on all of the nocturnal species, whether they are lizards or birds flying in from outside. And I'm going to be presenting a submission or an explanation to further that on the 23rd of May for the Environment Committee. So this is primarily directed towards the dark skies situation in Whakatane and how the Whakatane Astronomical Society fits within that. The Lighting for Roads and Public Spaces published in 2005, and lighting engineers hired to install street lighting have to adhere to these standards. The installation of this type of lighting has been far too generous across the country, all in the age too when car lights have never been better. These are Norm's words. I have edited some out a little bit, but these new lights on their high poles have been installed willy-nilly everywhere without the slightest consideration as to the amount of light that was actually required. Beaming everywhere was not really required, and most importantly, with not the slightest consideration of the effect of this light on the natural habitat and nocturnal life of the environment. All have been seriously affected by the continued explosion of these lights, which shine all night long just for us humans, the majority of whom in the towns and cities pull the blinds, attempting to keep the light out. How absolutely bizarre. There are many powerful lights with very poor shielding that allows the light to spill in all directions from where it is intended. This is called light trespass. I can demonstrate this with a PowerPoint. Now, I don't think you've got a PowerPoint with you, but I've got photographs which I'll introduce at that on the 23rd. The International Dark Sky Association was formed in 1988 out of my deep concern as to just what has been happening globally. There is a marvellous example in the South Island town of Naseby where the authorities have embarked on replacing the 4,000 Kelvin lights with the warm white, which is 2,900. So when you go in and buy a floodlight for your backyard or for even inside your house, read the Kelvins or the K number on there. If then they can be up as high as 6,000. They have a very high blue percentage, and all your screens and so on have got that. We can't see it as blue, we just see it as white. That light is affecting humans as well as the critters that are running around everywhere. So that's really important. And I don't know what the street lights in Whakatane are, but if you're driving through a town with good lights, you should see a much reduced white effect. And in fact, on motorways and so on in Europe, as you drive along these roads, the lights will come on and switch off behind you because the technology is there. The managers of a college in America, being driven out by their wits of the constant vandalism, graffiti and damage suffered over the hours of darkness, in spite of constantly increasing the lighting to combat it. In the end, out of sheer frustration, they turned off all the nighttime lights and remarkably, end of problem. There's a big attachment by people to think that the more lights you have, the less crime you're going to have. This is not the case. With the availability of sensors to turn the lights, turn any required lights to reveal any unauthorised activity and occurring, that may be a distinct advantage for the police along with security cameras. The other thing that happens, if the light beam is in your face, it causes glare and your eyes are shutting down so you don't actually see what's happening.
Yes.
We're using lights indiscriminately everywhere. So I'm appealing to all of you to make this happen. You'll be creating history here for all of us by putting Eastern Bay of Plenty on the International Dark Sky map, and we will benefit from the prestige and attraction that will flow on as a result, and join the advantages and prestige of other dark sky areas in New Zealand that are now benefiting. Quite apart from the environmental benefits, it's our human right to be able to see as much as possible the night sky without any interference, just as our ancestors did. The Whakatane Astronomical Society, and the acronym for that is WAS, but it isn't, it's actually not WAS, it's the future. Enabled us to open the very first observatory in the Bay of Plenty, and it's the longest continually operating tourist attraction in Whakatane. They run educational tours of the night sky for school groups, visitors from all around New Zealand and overseas. It's a tourism event placed with potential, and given some help you can make it better. Council, it is time to make a commitment. The tech is available, use it, and Norm will answer questions. If you can hear it, I'll answer for you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. One at a time. Does anybody have any questions for the gentleman?
Speak up, please.
My deputy member.
When you say reserve, is that the whole town, or are you thinking another area outside of the town somewhere?
It's really, if I can get a thought on that, it's an area that where the observatory is based on the hill. You need the biggest space as possible around it. I might add that light pollution is detectable up to 300 kilometres away. And I'm talking about the lights over at the hub from the mill and in that area, if you go out to sea from the coast here, you can detect it. The birds that were flying from Punakaiki that were attracted to the lights and dying on the streets of Punakaiki when they put these new LED lights in there, when they turned them off, they were then dying on the streets of Greymouth, 38 kilometres away. There's all the scientific evidence is there for you to see that you really want to restrict the amount of spread of light and get it down into a cone just to where it's necessary to use to work or walk, not up there.
Yeah, just may I add too as well, the International Dark Sky Association are promoting a whole lot of fittings with shielding on them. That's all we're asking, and you can use less power and direct the light down where it's needed instead of shining up in the air. I was called into the RSA yesterday and I just noticed great big huge lights with no sign of a hood on them, and this is what we're battling all the time. And it's just a pity I wasn't a bit more prepared, otherwise I could have had a show of lighting pollution from the town here, particularly taken from out in the country. So I can produce that in time if anyone's interested, probably for Mark at his next presentation.
Councillor Boynton.
Kia ora kōrua, thank you for your presentation. You probably just answered what I was going to ask about anyway, and that was around the solutions regarding light pollution, whether that would have increased energy efficiencies for the council, and would that also help to make savings for the council if different lighting was used?
Unquestionably, there's a huge wastage of energy worldwide. What's happened is it's called the rebound effect. You produce something which costs a lot less to run or do, and so there's a whole lot more people start using it. And oh, we're putting some lights up out in this car park, but gosh, they're only going to use 20 or 10% of the energy that we had before, so we'll have 50% more lights. So it'll be a lot brighter and better and so on. So you end up actually, there's this cut in energy use, and the rebound is more than what you were using before. So, and this is applying in your own home. So you go in there and you get a sparky to put the lights in, and I look at all the lights on the ceiling here. How many were there before, and how many are there now, and what's the energy? You're right on. Yes.
Thank you for that. So if there was better energy efficiency, the council would make some savings?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
And you're also reducing your CO2 emissions. That's in there as well.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, Mark. Good morning, Norm. First of all, Norm, thank you so much for your continued determination in promoting and running the Astronomy Society up the hill. And this is not the first time you've brought this idea to council, but I'm in total agreement and in favour of it. And dark sky reserves are like the new family golf, and cycling of the future. I have been through, like last year, Wairarapa in Whātātene got dark sky reserve status, and it started with a very simple thing of all the lights being, having caption pointing down, and there's more potential of dark sky tourism as well. My question is, Mark or Norm, is do we have any data from the Wairarapa Council about the savings and or new tourism products that are being developed from it?
Yes, there is. It's not particularly necessarily based on in the Wairarapa because that's fairly recent.
Yes.
But worldwide, there's been since 1991, there's been scientific paper after scientific paper showing all the benefits and savings for a whole lot of stuff. So yes, and that we can email that through. I can email documents through to
the International Dark Sky Association's a free site, and all you've got to do is Google that, and you get that and have it in your favourites, so you can keep tabs on what's happening globally on that. Has anyone been to the South Island, to the Maysby area down there?
And yes.
Appreciate the benefits that come from it.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for opening our eyes to the problem of light pollution. Lamentable that we don't look up much anymore these days. We're busy looking at screens, but it seems that you've got some support around the table for making a modest adjustments to improve the situation. It seems to be quite valid. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. Thank you.
And congratulations on your new camera.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Well, given that one of our presenters has gone missing and we've reached approximately the time, we could take our recess and come back at 10:35 for a continuation of hearings. Thanks very much, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, and welcome to Mr. John Waddle, who did a filling for me back about 10 years ago out of epoxy that lasted 20 years. So you've got my approval. Thanks, John.
You must have come on a good day.
Still got one of your problems too.
When you're ready.
Tēnā koe, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa.
Just before you do start, Councillor Isles will be ducking out, not as a reaction to your talk, but he's got a meeting. He's got an urgent issue to deal with, so he'll be back. But go ahead.
I'll remember that.
I don't want to get you up, going to offend you.
Councillors, I'm here to make a submission on the annual plan. I stand here as someone who's lived in the community for about 15 years. I've my children and have lived here and grown up here. My grandchildren at the current time are roaming the streets and playing in the playgrounds that Whakatane offers. I stand here proud to be here because Whakatane has, for the second time in a row, won the award for the best town in New Zealand. So we're living in one of the most beautiful environments in New Zealand. And part of this is due to the nature of the park in the middle of the town. It's an amazing gift that we have. It's an area of unspoiled land surrounded by trees, readily available to the public, and the site of an amazing amount of activity during the year. My interest is in making sure that that remains untainted and that it's not desecrated by increased car parking, that some of the facilities that are there at the moment in actual fact should be developed rather than removed. And I know there's a variety of plans open to the council, and the options vary from 1 to 4. And I don't think option 4 was really mentioned very much, but the idea of actually maintaining the War Memorial Hall, I think, should not be dismissed out of hand, that it is in actual fact partly a War Memorial Hall. It was built about the same time I arrived in town, so I take it sort of personally as a representation of how the town is going. And I think it could well be serviced and made better than it is. Obviously, that building needs an upgrade, and it needs to have a lot of work done on improving the facilities in it so that the people who use the little theatre can be happy, and the people who use the hall in other ways can be happy. I think if it needs to be made bigger, there may be other places that we can put the halls that provide extra space for the volleyballers or the indoor basketball arenas, that it doesn't necessarily need to be in that building. And I think that's one of the concepts that I have, that we can open our mind to putting that sort of building somewhere else, and leaving the iconic structure of the War Memorial Hall as it is. It probably needs to be upgraded slightly to reflect the Art Deco nature of some of the buildings in the town. And obviously, whatever we're doing in the town with the environment and the appearance of the building, it's been enough to gain us the award for being the best town in New Zealand. And I think we need to actually look carefully at those assets that we have in terms of we've created this environment. All we need to do is make sure we look after it. Part of that is the submission one of the submissions was suggested that some of the Rex Morpeth Park should be taken up and making the car parking safer. This is one of the most ridiculous suggestions that I've heard, because there are very few instances that I can see, and I live across the road from Rex Morpeth Park, And in actual fact, after the last, the nighttime meeting, I was one of the few people to actually walk back home across the park and enjoy the tranquility and the actual space that it exists in the middle of our town. It's only found in a few towns, Kairoa, Cambridge, places that in their own right have these spaces surrounded by native trees and putakawa trees, and they actually are really nice. But to go desecrating that by putting more car parking in, I think is an error. Partly because the activities that are carried on in Rex Morpeth Park are manyfold. There's the area that they're suggesting the car parks go is in actual fact where the circus arrives. And I realise that we have a circus in town generally, but we don't necessarily want to deprive that sort of area. It needs to be available to those sort of travelling shows that come through. It's in just the right place. It's surrounded by trees. The area where the car parks are put down, in actual fact, is where the cricket players practice their batting and bowling. So there's a lot of things going on in the park. It's a gift. And the car parking, in actual fact, can be presented and used. All the surrounding areas around the town, around the park rather, have access to car parking. When they have the touch rugby tournament or the league players, and all those things often have about 2,000 people competing. And by the time you take on the support players and the people who attend these teams, there's an amazing number of people, and all of them seem to have access to parking temporarily, parking on verges and everything else. But there's never a problem with people being unable to get to the park because they've had to walk too far to get there. It's amazing that it has the capacity at the moment to expand and contract as we need and still maintain the beauty of the park. I see my time's up, but that's all I wanted to do, is just to reinforce the fact that it's a cost-efficient option. It allows us to maintain the beauty of the most sacred part of the town. Almost, it's a gift that's been inherited. We need to make sure that we become custodians of it and look after it for what it is. So, thank you very much. That's my
John. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks for that, John. Very enlightening. As a long-term resident, and that's your phrase, not mine, but as a long-term resident down Galston Road, do you not have problems with parking, cars just parking outside your place or clogging the street at all? Or?
I've had 3 houses on Galston Road. I'm addicted to living in Galston Road. It's such an amazing place. And sure, it does have occasions when there are car parks there and a lot of car parking on the road. During the events, the touch rugby tournament, there's another one, the league tournament for under 13s, I think that hasn't. And during those times, the car parking is at a premium, but the locals seem to tolerate the cars parking on the verge and double parking. The council owns the verges, and it's been unfortunate over the last little while. The 2 tournaments that have happened there have been wet, so the grass areas have been a mess once the cars leave. But after a week, you wouldn't have actually known, with a little bit of maintenance, that the cars had parked on the verge at all. And for that small amount of time, you have the inconvenience of not being able to use your verge, which is, most people wouldn't have any use for it anyway, apart from mowing it. So I think the capacity within all the surrounding streets is more than adequate to handle up to a crowd of about 2,000 people and their supporters without causing any more than a transitory inconvenience.
Thanks. Councillor Tainshot, did you have your hand up? No. Any other questions? Councillor Paula?
Thank you, Worship. John, do you think that sometimes a building gets to a point where it's no longer economic to add on and we should start again, bearing in mind it is a war memorial and we could probably keep the facade. Is that something we're thinking about?
That's a very good question to ask to someone who works in a building at 9 Simpkin Street. And if you ever look at the photographs of early Whakatane, you'll see that in 1908, that building in 9 Simpkin Street, where the dental surgery is, was one of the 2 buildings in that block. So it was basically one of the first houses to be built in Whakatane, in that particular area, in that subdivision. And that building is still standing today, and with modification and renovation is still functioning soundly as an entity giving an economic activity and providing a service to people. So my feeling is that if you look at it in a different way and regard it as a gift, then the building could well be done up, and some of the things that you're seeking to place in that hall could be put somewhere else. There must be other places somewhere that you could put a hall, or you have to. Haven't studied that exclusively, but today I was tempted to bring a brick that I've taken out of the building recently when I did a renovation. That brick would have been placed in that building in 1908, and it's still been used, and it could still be used. So I don't want to see that war memorial necessarily change that much, because I know that some of those things last a long time. And the building I work in, you could take it down, you could remove it, but you don't gain anything out of it. Not in that case anyway. So I have mixed feelings about that. I'm sure I was chairman of the pool committee on behalf of the council when they were putting the new pool in, and I had no problem with, they still kept the old pool. And that was the beauty of it, that they had a 33 1/3 yard pool there, or 33 1/3 metre, and they've still kept that and added onto it. Well, in the council, that building is a bit the same. You should keep what's there, use the facility and the gift that it is, and then modify it if you need to, but keep an open mind as to where you put the other facilities.
Thank you. Councillor O'Brien.
Thank you, John. I do agree, that's what a beautiful place it is, and the surroundings at Rexmore Cliff Park. And I am an advocate for, I was one of those that parked up on Lynch Cross Verges because my grandchildren came home to play in the league tournament. Are you aware that we've lost that league tournament? To do simply, one of the main primary reasons was that we had insufficient car parking. So.
Look, I wasn't aware of that, and maybe the word's gone out that it was reprehensible to park on the verges. Maybe we should be saying, look, we've got acres of car parks really. It's far easier to come to Whakatane, where the distance travelled in terms to get to the park is far easier than probably most areas in Rotorua, and that you're far closer to amenities that you can use while you're at the tournament. And I think if we had a mind to, we should be promoting that, look, we've got an amazing amount of car park, the verges are available, the side streets are available, you've got access to food, the centre of town, all within easy distance of travelling, and that you should reconsider your decision. And next year maybe, they've been struck by amazing bad luck that every time they have the tournament here, it's been wet, really, really wet. Now if they'd arrived on a fine day, that distance travelled wouldn't necessarily be a consideration, I think. So all you've got to do is just work out some way of arranging the weather.
Any further questions? Have you been to Rome? Some 2,000-year-old buildings there.
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
All right.
John.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Alicia's here. Oh, he's going to speak, isn't he? Are you Alicia Birmingham?
you'd like me to be.
Welcome, Alicia.
Alicia's name was put down as the Bay of Plenty Regional Council
Oh,
submitter
okay.
toy, so it really is your opportunity,
Right.
Councillor Iti. It is you.
Clarification.
And you can be you, Councillor Iti.
Marvellous. Look forward to it. Tēnā koutou, nā rangatira, nā tariwha o te tepu nei, o te rā ki a koutou, nā kaimahi o te whare. Mōrena, atamari. How's you guys LTP going? Hey, I'm submitting to you guys this morning, and it is a pleasure to be here. Tinana, kanohi, to present the Toi Moana submission to your LTP process. To be relieved to know that I'm not here to ask for any money.
Are you going to give us money?
I am here though to humbly ask for continued collaboration, if not increased collaboration and partnership as we face the many challenges that we have in the various obligations that we have to our statutory functions as councils. We have a lot of crossover, of course. So first of all, a bunch of bouquets, your commitment to te reo Māori and your bilingual approach. Nā mihi kia koutou mo tēnā. It's an approach that we ourselves are walking, so we applaud you in that. We also applaud you for your approach in the circular economy space. It is an emerging space. It's actually been around for a bit, but as we try to mitigate our impact as human beings on our environment, it is certainly part of the suite of tools that we have available to us. And so we're very happy with our collaboration, which has been led by WDC in that space. Also our work in the Eastern Bay Spatial Planning. So we're very happy to be in that space with yourselves, Kawerau, Portiki, all of the councils of the Eastern Bay. Progress knows no borders, really, so we have to work collaboratively together in that process. So thank you for that. The climate change strategy has our full support, and the actions that you've stated in your LTP on what your next steps in that are. We are right on board with that, and especially with regards to your focus on leadership and collaboration, as well as transport and land use, which of course crosses over into the mahi we're doing as well. So thank you for that. We're also very supportive of the wastewater treatment solution that you have for Matata. It is not currently in our draft infrastructure funding budget, but you may or may not be submitting to us on that, which is great. We have this process, so but we definitely know that needs to happen. A couple of other things that was noted in here from Regional Council, the bridge, the second bridge. And I know we're working with you in a business case to put forward to further that. So we're excited that we're able to work with you guys on bringing that business case together. There's around 150k has been put for that business case. So we're very supportive in that. And also the restoration work you're doing, the ecological work you're doing around Awatapu Lagoon. We've just asked that that we stay in connection as we move forward on that. My colleagues are currently in a workshop for freshwater. There's a lot of reform or repealing, or however you want to frame it, in that space currently that we're dealing with. And in such a fluid environment, we're just having to work with what we have to work with. So we just ask that we stay in touch on that. And that pretty much concludes it, Rana. Again, I just repeat, I was in a meeting yesterday with a particular opu that I work with, and the challenges that we have today, which we all know about, our values and our principles are really important. Whatever the legislative framework that we're handed, our values and our principles we can stand by, and our relationships that come from our alignment of our values and our principles are relationships that can endure. So whether it's operationally or through governance, there will be some pinch points in the way that we do things and the positions that we have on various projects or whatever. It's just really important that we work through those based on our values and our principles and our relationships. So that's what I would just end my corridor with, and happy to answer any questions if you have any.
You mentioned deepening collaborations. That is something that we started the triennium talking about. Well, we haven't, and coincidentally I was thinking about it the other day, but what would you suggest as a way that we can tighten that knot?
Yeah, as I said, I think both through governance and through operations, they both are important. I would look around this table and consider the majority of people around this table friends, if not whānau. I think those are connections of relationships that need to be leveraged to deepen those connections. But also on an operational front, there certainly is a directive from our governance table that staff do everything that they can to ensure that our functions inside of the community, the things that we do, are done in an efficient way, but also in a way that is collaborative, that meets the needs of all the parties who are participating. And that can be challenging. There is no doubt about that. But we just have to keep coming back to the table, and we just have to keep talking these things through. That's how you deepen collaboration, is through good quality communication.
Thank you. Councillor Pula.
Thank you, Your Worship. You mentioned the Awatapu wasteland. Has Sullivan Lake and Matata Lagoon on your radar at all?
Oh yeah, they are most definitely on the radar. They are freshwater bodies. Lagoon out in Matata. We're aware, and that's why we're very supportive of the wastewater project that you have bubbling away. We know that work needs to be done to protect that environment, not only from our health and well-being space, but also for the environment. So they are certainly on our radar, Councillor.
Well, I was just going to ask, because you've been in this chamber before talking about financing of care groups. And I applaud you for that. I mean, you talked about 10 care groups. I presume that the Sullivan Lake is one of them.
Previously, yeah.
Previously, but you intend that to carry on? What's the feeling at the BOPC?
Oh yeah, no, there is no cut happening to our funding for environmental efforts by care groups in our LTP. That is, in the last LTP, I think we had quite a significant raise in that fund, and we're holding that line. Because the bang for buck we get from care groups is incredible. So, yeah.
Very good, thanks for that. Councillor Boynton?
Great to have you here this morning, Roy, and thank you for your kōrero. One of the parts I have, because you do mention around the support in the RLTP, around looking at funding towards the second bridge. From the limited things that I've seen around being able to get equitable decisions, particularly for our region, you being our Kohi Ward representative over on our side, and Mayor Luca mentioning about deepening relationships. How far is Bay Plenty Regional Council in terms of supporting particularly our area, Aotearoa, in getting more, I suppose, prominent representation and equity in funding from these regional committees? because at the moment we're seeing obviously a large amount that gets fixated towards larger cities, but also too we have our needs, and how is Bay Plenty Regional Council supporting Aotearoa and being able to get more equitable outcomes for our area.
Sure, kia ora for that partai. Yeah, it's quite a big forum, that Regional Land and Transport Committee. There are a lot of priorities across the region. I was just down in Te Whānau Wapanui. They've got one road in, one road out. And down there around the Motu, they had obviously problems in the last couple of years when we had one of our events and that road collapsed. And they're asking the same question you are. And we have a new coalition government who has set out their priorities in terms of the funding pool. And that is currently about getting the economy up and going again. So that's probably, I would say, why the funding that they've indicated has been centralised over in the west, about access to the port. Of course, you do have myself and Councillor Campbell and Councillor Lido also advocating for the Eastern Bay. And that's where we're involved in the business case for the second bridge. It's a perfect example of that, where we know there are priorities here in the Eastern Bay that need to be done. And it's just a matter of competing priorities across the region.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Tēnā koe tui. Actually, just following on from Tony's question, what else can we do to support you three in having a stronger influence to combat the Western Bay's call on the roading and transport funding?
Yeah, I mean, try not to use words like combat when you're representing the whole region. With our sub-regions, we do approach it, that we have a regional approach to it. But certainly I think keeping the pressure on us certainly helps. You have members, yourself, Mayor Luca, would be on your worship on the so there's a conduit right there to that table as to and it's again about deepening our connections. If we have a business case and we have a strategy and we come to the table with the other parties with that business case and strategy as well prepared as we can, I think that's the best way that you can help us have more influence.
Yeah, sitting at that table, like, you know, there's a feeling from some of your transport managers that fairness is not a criterion that's actually evaluated. It's something that we're going to have to advocate against that sort of idea, because that would just mean that the bigger masses have got the biggest gravity and everything goes there. And so that's a bit of a problem for the small guys. But thank you. Any other, Councillor Tenshos?
Thank you. Thanks for coming along and giving us some bouquets as well. I wanted to talk about the project Future Proof, because I think that's an area there potentially our interests could be misaligned. And it's good to see, you know, that continuing to work alongside us to get good design. And I know one of the issues is around the way that flood protection is funded from central government, not recognising some of the different dynamics when you're dealing with flood protection in an urban centre compared to kind of a rural place or something. And I understand that's one of the areas that we collectively try to advocate to governments. Do you think that, well, I suppose, do you think that we have some prospect of success at getting central government to recognise those kind of issues, how they fund those kind of projects?
Yeah, kia ora. This is a national problem, nationwide problem. There was a paper called Before the Deluge that was put forward by Te Uru Kahika, which is the the operational end of the regional sector group. So all the regional councils come together. I sit on that as a representative for Te Maruata. So they put forward that paper, which was pretty much put on the shelf by the last government. This was post-Gabriel, put forward. And the word is that the new government has actually picked it back up off the shelf.
Oh, really?
And Minister Bishop at the last RSG Hui actually said it is echoing around the house. And really it's about preparation. So it's less about what do we do afterwards and what. It's more about that the regional councils from across the country are indicating to the government that there needs to be investment up front to protect our townships. But it is a very complex working environment, which also includes insurance companies, and we're going through some of those legal issues currently. So, the word is that they are taking note. They have taken note of the paper before the deluge. I think that is available publicly for the deluge. It's a very well thought through, persuasive document. And it was good to hear that the current coalition government, God bless them, are actually taking note of it.
Thank you, Toya. I think we're out of time, but thanks very much for coming, and let the kōrero continue.
Kia ora.
Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Joy.
Our next speaker is Katrina McKinnon. She's representing the Galatea Hall and Reserves Committee. Welcome.
Can we have some guidance about where the numbering of the submissions? Because I'm looking at the...
72 in the agenda.
Page 36 of the index that's on Stella.
If you go to page 72 in the agenda, they're all following straight after each other. Yeah.
You're in your hands, Katrina, and company.
I'll kick off. Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning, councillors and staff. You've obviously read what we've got. We're representing an organisation, perhaps you should know a little bit about it. It's very small, but there's not many organisations where we come from. It's called the Galatea Reserves Committee. We look after the hall, a few other little reserves, obviously spend a lot of time with the council on some aspects of it. It's quite representative of the population there, and we do a lot of stuff. We help a lot of, we manage our money pretty well, and we help a lot of local organisations from time to time with bits and pieces. We do, if there's things crop up in the valley that have got absolutely nothing to do with reserves or anything, and walls, we sometimes end up with them. So we're here because we're a voice for Galatea, basically. I'm probably going to dominate it, but Katrina's going to talk about some stuff further on. I want to make a point first about the actual document. I found it difficult. It's repetitive and a different guise. It gave me from one of this, 5 points of this, priorities for that. An absolute dearth of data which puts it historically in some sort of perspective, and that's what councils and their ratepayers never see. If I know exactly how the system works, the next few years are going to be tough. After that, we're coming right. The coming right never arrives. And that's symptomatic of poor planning. Obviously, things crop up from time to time. You have to make allowance for that. Anyone does in their budget. This is going to go on forever unless someone takes a firm hand. It would have been really good to have some actuals, some old LTPP figures and some actuals alongside them, just so people can get a feel for what happens. Take inflation out of it, take anything out of it that's reasonable to take out, have a look what's happening. It wouldn't be a pretty picture. But anyway, we're in a jam, obviously, looking at it. You don't have to read it too thoroughly to find out that things aren't good. And I think the impression I get from people is that there's an awful lot of people out there who realise that this is serious this time. It's not your normal other rate's going to be 7% or 8%. This is serious, and it's probably the gate to quite a long period of time when it is very serious. So it's on your heads to actually be decisive about what you do. This is the year you will make a decision that will set this council up or kill it for a few years. And it's not a nice decision to make, but it's one you have to make. In a normal business scenario, the remedy is called stopping the bleeding. In a council's case, the key ingredients of stopping the bleeding is to retreat from all but core business. That doesn't mean you turn down, shut all doors and things like that. You just go back to your core businesses and make sure you're doing a good job in them, and the other stuff, you really soft pedal on it or pull it right back. You have to get really lean and mean on overheads, and that's part of the above, concentrating on your core business. I have seen this council move from being predominantly core business to very much, it's almost, I would say now, it's almost a half and half. And it's the second half that is bloody expensive, and it grows. And your ratepayers have obviously had a guts full of it. The third point to stop the bleeding is something which doesn't cost you anything. You've got to leverage for your ratepayers everywhere you can. You make every other public entity that should be doing good things in this area do them. And the regional council is a big player in that, and believe me, it has got to pick its game up in many areas. I'll just elaborate on that a little bit. To my mind, if someone said, what is the single biggest issue facing the Eastern Bay of Plenty? I would say it's flooding, flooding and flooding. It is going to get worse. We are very good at crying after the event. We are very good at politicians turning up and we're going to fix this and we're terribly sorry and it's been awful. We are bloody hopeless at prevention. And the district council does not play its part in that. Within my lifetime, and it probably could have a good decade left in it, I think we will see a flood of such proportions, and maybe not one, that there will be serious loss of life in the Eastern Bay. If we get the Whakatane and the Rangataiki systems, get a climate change induced flood of the proportions of anything like what Matatawa was in a very small area, there will be very significant loss of life. The regional council, and however Te Urewera is governed, needs to get their game together, and you need to be riding them to do it. One of the chief determinants of flooding in this area is the health of Te Urewera, and from everything I hear, it's not good and it's deteriorating. Now, I don't care who's responsible, someone's got to fix it, because it is the single biggest thing out there that's going to make this almost an impossible problem to get around. To get to some of the specific things you asked us to talk about, Rex Morpeth Park, we're saying if you're going to really make a move to get the finances of this council under control, you've got to live with what we've got. I don't think it's the end of the earth. I don't think anyone does. If you want to plan for the future, that's fine, but do it in-house, don't get consultants. This is not the time to be looking at grandiose schemes, and grandiose might not be the right word, but it certainly is a time to focus on core business, reduce the overheads, and try and get this ship in order so we don't go into the next decade facing this sort of stuff every year. We'll talk about food waste in a minute. The funding gap, look, if you don't stop the bleeding, you're going to have a funding gap forever. You have got to stop the bleeding. You have got to tighten the whole ship up. You've got to get rid of a lot of things you currently do which do not contribute to what the core business of council is. They're all nice to haves, but some of them have just got to go. The UAGC, I doubt whether you've got a rating policy. which helps point you to what they should be and how and what the rationale for them is. I suggest you get one. If you want to see a really good one, go back and see the 2005 minutes when it was brought in. It didn't last long, with a couple of weekly mayors after me, but it was actually instrumental in saving a huge amount of time in how we set rates. So in the absence of anything else, we support the current UAGC level. I can't see any rationale for changing it, but get a rating policy. It stops a huge amount of debate around the table, and rating is actually a pretty straightforward sort of thing. The 5 key priorities, 21 bullet points. I put a line through 10 of them last night in about half a minute. You've got to do the same. That doesn't mean you don't do any of it. They've just got to go down the list. Of those 21 bullet points, 10 are not your core business, and certainly not when you're in trouble. I want to talk about some specifics. I'll let Katrina, if you talk about the food waste. Is that right?
Yep. So the food waste, if the system's got to change, it's got to be a simpler system. People with 5 bins to put out, different things to put in each bin, isn't going to work. And I'm not sure 140 litre for general food waste for general rubbish is not going to work if it's a fortnightly pickup, especially for families with children. The bins are going to be overflowing. You're going to create a problem because you're just going to create more rubbish blowing around the district and everything else. So, and maybe another way to educate people on things like this is to start school education programs and start from the ground up. Educate people about where rubbish goes and composting, and trying to take a bit of responsibility for their own waste.
Right, we'll just go on to some of the other specifics. The Murupara Recycling Centre, I haven't read it anywhere, but I understand it's going to go to user pays. Now, I've been a great advocate of user pays for most things. In some instances, it doesn't work. It won't work up there. It's a big area, lots of little satellite communities. It's got very low commercial and industrial use at the recycling centre. We've got a very bad fly tipping problem, always have had, and it's not going to improve. User pays will make it worse. Have a think about it. I don't think the local community would have any problem if you put in a targeted rate. We don't want to dissuade people from using it. If you put in a targeted rate, you can pull whatever revenue you need in. Might even give the community board a chance to have a look at the budgets and come up with some other ideas. But we've got a real problem. And user pays will make the dollars look worse, and will make the area look worse. Maybe they could invest in some discipline. I'm not sure what the bylaws are, and invest in some education. It's got to happen. So just make an exception, please. As inside, it is very well run and user friendly. It can be a pleasure to go to a recycling centre. It is.
Quite well used too. So animal control, our suggestion would be harsher penalties for dog owners. There's quite a lot of dog problems, especially in Murupara in the district. And I think harsher penalties for dog owners, again, people taking responsibility for their own pets. Might save a lot of attacks and kids and people getting bitten. So, and also the recreational enhancements at Lake Anafenna. Basically, what we're talking about here is Lake Anafenna is a free campsite. It's actually getting very well used. People in camper vans coming along and that, but at the moment there's no dump station for them. So that's only going to cause a problem further down the track. It would be quite beneficial to the area to get a dump station put at the Lake Anafenna campsite.
Just three of the small particular ones. Civil defence capacity. New Zealand civil defence model is hopeless. It is useless. It might work in urban centres. It doesn't work in the provinces. it's got to change, and I think the council need to recognise that and have a big part in the debate. When you get civil defence problems, it's not civil defence that rises to the top, it's individuals and local organisations, and you've got to harness somehow that capacity and that knowledge and work it into the system, because they need funding and we need them, and Matata's a classic. It was an absolute classic in terms of a local outfit sorting out something that was absolutely disastrous.
In the interest of fairness, are you bringing it to a close?
Sorry? Yes, it is. I'm to 2 points more. Climate change resilience. I think you've just got to leverage everything you can for preventative things for flooding. Everything. There's a huge amount of work out there to do, and it's going to ruffle a lot of feathers. But it's far better than mattresses at the bottom of the cliff, and that's all we have been doing for the last 20 years. And the last thing is, last two things, remoteness. When you look at a funding policy or a rating policy, I think it's time you consider the remoteness aspect to it. If you live in Whakatane or close by, you have a huge amount of facilities to call on and get to easily. When you live remotely, you don't. And the ones you do have, the standard of service of them is almost always lower than in the local centre. And there should be some recognition for that. Either raise the level of service or lower the incidence of rating for it. And lastly, but not least, we're so upset, and I'm not saying it's just a few people, about what's going on in terms of the rating here and what's going to happen. That in our area, our community of interest is probably split 50-50 between Whakatane and Rotorua. It's probably trending towards Rotorua. We might be going to have a talk to them. We have to look after ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution and your ideas. Councillor Puller.
Thanks, Colin. You talk about core business. Might sound a dumb question, but would you like to just define what you think is core business?
Water, sewage, halls are things, yeah. But you know what core business is. It is not fluffy stuff around the edge. It is things, facilities that people need in their everyday lives, and the council is responsible for. If you want me to draw a list of where it stops, I'll be happy to. They don't all come to mind at the moment. But if you don't know what core business is, yeah, we've got a problem.
I wouldn't say I don't know. I was just interested in what your thoughts were. I think I know what they are. Right. Probably differ from you, but that's how we are. Thank you.
Councillor Rangiaho.
Hey, thanks, Colin. Hey, for your presentation, just really interested in, you spoke about Aniwhenua up at the lake.
Yes.
When you're talking about, and I know we get a lot of users up there, when you're talking about a dump station, are you talking about the rubbish dump station, or are you talking about, I don't want to think about it, the effluent of because of camper vans that are there?
Effluent, yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for identifying that.
Real trolleys into the toilet, as far as I'm aware, so then lift them up, and obviously that's not the best scenario for anyone.
Yeah, thank you for raising that.
Councillor Dennis.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Colin, for your presentation. In regard to the civil defence thing, are you aware of the CERT team in Galatea and Murupara, the community emergency response teams that have been set up?
I'm probably aware of it because I think at our meetings we've got one of our committee members is on it probably. We talk about civil defence every time, so I'm not sure what it does, but I think we're pretty convinced that things need a radical change. We've been waiting on, how often have we been getting reports that there's a plan on the way? Over a year?
Yeah, there is a plan, but it's not available.
Emergencies actually just crop up out of the blue. They're not scheduled. It's the tenor of civil defence in New Zealand is bloody awful.
Okay, all good, thank you.
I think even the minister acknowledges that it's all fractured and piecemeal. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Next presenter is Simon Birch, and it's on pages 39 to 40 of the Stella document. Simon.
Your Worship, councillors, members of the Executive, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My wife and I are relative newcomers to Whakatane. We moved here about 2 years ago as a positive lifestyle choice. When we returned to New Zealand after more than 40 years living abroad. And when we did, I never imagined I'd be sitting at this table making a presentation today. It's a result of the alarm that I felt when I read the consultation information that was published a couple of months ago now. I also, Your Worship, at the time it was about the time it was issued, I read the opinion piece that you put in the Beacon about it, and I find a high degree of agreement with the points that you were making in your article. I want to start with a very quick commentary on what I see as the budgeting process and the information that was produced. And when I was young, I was taught that when you were doing a budget, you worked out what you could afford, and then you cut your expenditure to meet that amount. The overriding impression I got from this document was we've gone about it in exactly the opposite way. We did a long list of everything that everybody wanted, and had a oh hell moment when we realised that it was completely unaffordable, and we've been struggling ever since to get it back under control. My position is that where we come out with in the 17.6 or whatever the percentage figure is today, and it seems to move around, it's still unaffordable for many of our community and unacceptable to many of the other citizens, and it's something that I would implore you to work much harder at. I want to just briefly touch on what I think are the priorities for the Council in the next period, and it has to be considered in the light of the economic circumstances that we're facing. We're probably in the hardest time that many of us can remember for a long time, and it's not the time for embarking on grandiose schemes for the future. We should be, as the last speaker said, focusing on the basics. And to my mind, the things that we should be addressing very briefly are as follows: addressing the acknowledged infrastructure deficit in the district, change in approach to Three Waters following the change of government, the deficit in capital investment and maintenance works over many years leaves us with a significant problem, and we cannot let it go forward into the future because it's only going to go on getting worse. So we need a structured plan to address those issues. I'm very concerned about resilience in future and related flooding and earthquakes and whatever. I think one of the key priorities for Council should be another bridge. We need to, as the last speaker said, take a hard look at staffing levels. There's no shame in that. Commercial organisations do it all the time. You right-size the organisation for the economic conditions that you're in. We need to manage Council's commercial activities. Tony Bond wrote a very good article in the Beacon ago. It needs to be looked at. And we need to address debt reduction in a controlled and measured way, but we cannot allow funding gaps to go on increasing. Those are, to me, the core business that you guys ought to be focusing on at this point. I want to close by addressing two particular issues that I think have no place in the long-term plan. The first of those is the Rex-Morpeth Path development. Today, it's the wrong development at the wrong time. It should be withdrawn from the plan. I think the consultation process was flawed and undemocratic. I'd like to say more, but I haven't got time. And what we should be doing is coming back with a new plan for a more modest development that's phased and can be implemented in stages as and when it's affordable. We can't afford what's in the plan at the moment. And the other issue that I want to address very quickly is the boat harbour. And I make these remarks based on my experience as a commercial project manager on major projects in the oil and gas, power infrastructure and mining projects around the world of nearly 50 years. That project is fraught with risk. There's known ground contamination. The extent of it isn't known. And as a result, any budget and program that was presented to you should be looked at with a high degree of skepticism. Likewise, I'm pretty alarmed by the comments that I see from the people that are supposed to be the prime users of the boat harbour saying they don't want any part of it. A project that has uncertain cost and uncertain revenue streams is the sort of project that sends commercial project developers and financiers running for the hills. And the concern for you folks should be what happens if the project starts and then falls over, as is not unlikely given the conditions. It's the council that's going to be left picking up the pieces as the last man standing. That could be catastrophic for ratepayers. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Simon.
Simon.
Anybody have any questions for Simon? Councillor Dukes?
Councillor Boyden was before me, so I'm happy to go after.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you very much for your presentation and your submission. My question really is around Rex Morpeth Park. You highlighted the concerns for around civil defence and emergencies, and Rex Morpeth Park, particularly War Memorial Hall, is the main centre for evacuation. Would you be supportive of plans to upgrade War Memorial, given that you said that you want the Rex Morpeth that part taken off because of the concern with civil defence and it being an evacuation place?
I'm supportive of doing what's necessary to preserve the assets and defer significant capital expenditure in the future. And I would be very surprised if doing that would cost anything like the money that's in option 3, just as a gut feel.
Supplementary, just with regards to the costs, if that development cost figure was there, but you also mentioned about the second bridge, would you be happy with the costs on ratepayers going towards a second bridge if that's part of helping the emergency or civil defence?
Yes, I would. In fact, I think it's an essential component of disaster readiness, and you don't have to live here long to experience what happens when there's a blockage on the current bridge or its approaches. Very quickly there's chaos on all the surrounding roads. So my view is we're very exposed.
Thank you.
Councillor Dukes?
Hi, thanks. Welcome, Simon. You just mentioned that you felt the Rex Morpeth Park, the consultation was flawed. Could you just sort of clarify, were you meaning the consultation we did with the users or the LTP consultation that we have done?
The previous consultation earlier in the year, when a pensioner gathered close to 400 signatures out here in a matter of a couple of hours, and they were accorded one vote. If they'd been properly, and it should have set alarm bells ringing around this table that she could get so many signatures so quickly, and yet it was accorded one vote in the consideration by the council, and it would have completely flipped the results of the consultation if all of those signatories had been given due weight. But frankly, I think it's a stain on the council that was allowed to happen.
Just to clarify that it's not one vote, it was counted as one submission, but not one. Not one.
Whatever, it wasn't given the weight that it deserved, and I don't think that the alarm bells that should have been rung by the fact that it could happen so quickly and so spontaneously wasn't given due weight by council.
Thank you for clarifying what you meant with that.
Councillor Tangios?
Thank you for your submission. It's just a supplementary on that, because we had a number of organisations that also submitted, and many of them represented many hundreds, sometimes thousands of members. Should we have also treated those as submissions from thousands of
if the evidence is there to back it up, I don't see that that's an issue. I think it's a question of reading and taking proper account of the community views, and where I sit as a relative newcomer, I didn't see that happen, and that was the point I wanted to make.
So I mean, it's standard practice to treat each submission as one submission, and then you acknowledge that it may represent an organisation rather than a person. That petition was from a few different people, as I say, we had submissions from organisations representing thousands of people. But it's not really just a numbers game.
I'm not sure that I necessarily agree with the proposition.
Well, democracy is evolving, and there are other ways to poll large numbers of people than to get a representative poll. Many thousands.
And hopefully we will be moving in that direction in the future.
I think this is the... Anyway, thank you very much for your submission, Simon.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Simon.
Mark Fort is the next submitter. Tēnā koe, Mark.
I'm wearing my arts and cultural hat.
Love it.
David Poole here is also a member of the arts world of the St Oakland, so he may answer questions that I'm not able to. So I speak as a member of the Whakatane Society of Arts and Crafts and a long-term resident of the Whakatane district. I moved into Whakatane 7 years ago when I retired, and I'm pursuing more of those things. I make a general comment on the plan for Rex Morpeth Park, and that is that the budgeting for this needs to be set over several years, starting when the current financial climate is stabilised. And I submitted on that. I'm assuming you've read my full submission on my recommendations for the park and the LTP, so I won't go over that, but concentrate just on one request. This is directed to the proposal for the improvements to the Rex Morpeth Park, its future for the district, and how that fits with the arts for Whakatane. And this is the most important thing you will hear today. The council provides a wide range of facilities for sporting activities, but much less for the arts. Many of our art and craft people may have been involved in outdoor sports, but are now focused on the more sedentary artistic endeavours. I look around this room and I wonder what hobbies or skills you might like to try in your retirement and where you'll go with for that. We live longer now and need lots of stimulation. It's core business of council, quote Colin. The arts are really important for mental and social health and provide vibrancy to the community and need to be viewed in this manner. The current art house is approximately 100 square metres, plus the small ancillary sheds. When in use, these rooms can be cramped and crowded. Some of the buildings would not meet current health and safety requirements on a range of issues, and some of the groups are overprescribed with waiting lists. Bulky or heavy equipment must be moved or relocated and cleaning undertaken for the next group. Seriously inefficient if members are to feel welcome and enjoy their pursuits. Compare painting easels and equipment and embroidery and sewing machines, all shifted and moved. With the right amount of space, creative hubs can become a considerably easier place to organise. Give us some space and watch the results. It will be exciting. We have a growing population and we need a well-supported arts movement to keep us healthy, reduce the potential for dementia. We need a new site for this important aspect of cultural endeavour in Whakatane. We've all paid our rates and we want to stay in the area and enjoy our retirement in Whakatane. The floor space required for the current and growth aspirations of the society needs to allow for that. At a minimum of 600 square metres would be ideal. Whakatane has been lacking in that. and we need to be close to the CBD so it make better use of restaurants, accommodation, parking and places like the Museum Gallery. This is available right now at no cost to the council, and that's the Wally Sutherland site. At approximately 1,050 square metre floor area with a large outside concrete area for the rough stuff, it is an ideal size for current and new growth for the arts and crafts of Whakatane. Could easily and at reasonable cost be converted to meet all the long-term objectives. Ideal to allow a permanent gallery for the sale of artists' work with an attached cafe and a large glassed space facing the Strand. And with the high stud heights, a light commercial zoning and varied spaces, this building and attached sheds allow pottery kilns, raku firing, big sculptural works, all to take place in a suitable and safe manner and be attractive to tourists and visitors. If you've been to the Whanganui Glass Centre, you stand on a balcony around, you're well away from the action in terms of health and safety, but you are really absorbed into that and that creativity, and you watch it, and people come from all over the world to other places. I'm not talking about New Zealand, but I've been in places all around Europe and Australia and seen how these tourist things can work and attract people in and get great results. So this moving into town here, the Arts Centre, would allow the development of the existing art site to, as shown on option 3 of the Rex Morpeth plan, giving the whole of the park to its role as sports and aquatic centre. With the right approach, Whakatane has the potential to become a national arts hub, attracting visiting artists for a long stay duration, bringing tourism and visitor boost. And with climate change, and certainly I would agree everything with what Colin Holmes was talking about, it's impacting shortly or now on all our lives, so the council must cut costs for new developments. The latest planning for tsunami and high rainfall events shows how vulnerable the town is. If you spend any money here, in a few years you could lose it. I don't decry what you've done with this building, but certainly onwards, investing into that would be risky. My time's up. I just might add that you could turn where the art house is right now into a picnic, into a shaded tree picnic area, maybe for barbecues. It's right next to the bus station, so you've got all people from sports groups waiting for a bus or before they're loading up can sit in and have a picnic and or whatever before they get on. So, and I think the funding can be achieved from all kinds of, there's a lot of wealthy people, not necessarily living anymore in Whakatane, but outside. And there's people like ourselves in the community that can go to these people and say, hey, put your finger in your pocket. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. I might start the questions. I've sat here for days, I guess, and listened to people advocating for sport and for the arts. I don't think I've heard anybody ever advocating for science and engineering and other such things. What place would you give those other disciplines?
I'd ask David to respond to that, because he's got friendships with people, New Zealanders that are overseas now, that have got ideas to introduce that whole engineering perspective. When I listen to you talking about that, I think about design and build of big pieces of steel welded together and how they stay up without falling over, hurting somebody. And that's part of the whole sculptural world. Big pieces, 20 foot high or more, of a kiwi or whatever. And the work's been done. Do you want to comment? I'm not sure that I can. I'm a plumber, ex-plumber, and orchardist, so I can't respond.
There's a bit of science in that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Boynton, then Councillor James.
Kia ora, thank you very much for your presentation and submission. I just wanted to clarify a really question, was you talked about option 3. Now, I just wanted to make sure, were you talking about the options of the different designs and not of the option 3, which is in the LTP questions?
I'm talking about option 3 of the proposed Rex Morpeth
Development designs. Okay, it was just to clarify, because we've been looking at question 3 as meaning a different thing in the LTP. So I just wanted to clarify that question. Thank you.
James?
Yeah, thanks for that. Some thought-provoking ideas there. Forgive me, but the description. Are you the Whakatane Arts Society, or are you just the Arts Society?
I'm a member of the Whakatane Arts and Crafts Society based in the Art House.
Yeah, okay. So does that incorporate, that's only for Whakatane Centre, or is it for our whole Whakatane district?
Yes, when I was at Te Teko, I came in.
So, okay, then is the society looking at, or do they do other things in some of our remote towns as well? Or?
No, I'm not speaking as, I'm speaking as a member of that society, not speaking for the society.
An individual.
It's an individual. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Rooster. Oh, good morning, everyone. Yeah, thank you very much for that, Mark. I hadn't really considered the what I might be doing in 10 or 20 years' time in terms of activities, and I think it's actually a really worthwhile point. Do you have any numbers on the number of people that you're already catering for across the disciplines within the arts and crafts group?
It's several hundred, but we're all an aging, there's a lot more older people every year and surviving longer.
I don't have any numbers, because I'm not.
I think if you moved it into town here and made it easy for people to get to, and it's going to attract more. And I do know there's a whole lot of people in the town who've got all sorts of woodworking and potting and other craft materials in their shed, like mine. I've got to put everything on wheels to move around. It's really restricting. And you're doing some noisy thing in an urban area, so it's not wise. You know, I'd much rather, the kilns should be in a light industrial area. If you're raku firing and you're taking things up to 1200 degrees Celsius, where all the science comes into it of glazes and so on. You know, how do you use cobalt and how do you use these sort of things without affecting your neighbours? It's dangerous stuff, some of it. So you really need to be focused on getting things in a good place. But at the same time, yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Just one clarification. So the Whakatane Arts and Crafts Society is different from the Arts Whakatane, which represent music, theatre, painting and sculpture. So they're two different groups, aren't they?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Linda Conning, representing Eastern Bay Plenty Forest and Bird, and it's on page 45 to 49 of the appendix on Stella.
Tēnā koutou and tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Koutou Conning. Good morning, everybody. The summary of Forest and Bird's main points is at the end of our written discussion, and I'm only going to speak to some of these. Firstly, climate change strategy has no mention of tree planting or carbon sequestration, and there are many opportunities throughout the district from harvested plantations to unused or weedy road sites. And as an example, on Wainui Road, where many years ago our member Meg Collins organised planting of pohutukawas and grassing of an area where rubbish was dumped, but nobody seems to use this area, and if more pohutukawa were planted there, it wouldn't need to be mowed. Why are we sending our mowers out there to mow a piece of grass? I don't know. You heard a couple of speakers ago from Ormamere Homes. Trees and forests are excellent for not only for carbon sequestration, but for mitigation of flooding. So that leads us to the whole concept of nature-based infrastructure, and that includes constructed wetlands for stormwater disposal that also sequester carbon. Planting can be provided for birds and visual amenity. And I have some slides up here so the slide number 1 is just a simple boundary planting at a stormwater detention site. The next photo is a simple before planting example, and weed control is really the key to all of these things, the most difficult part. Photos 3 and 4, please. These are just examples of a planting on that previous site, and that's planted in 2021. You can see you can get results quite quickly. Photo 5 is the stormwater detention pond at Shore Road, now very well established. Now, the next slide is a new wetland creation opportunity that exists in the so-called horse paddock, which is between the Warrencoll Walkway and the Grove. So the river's on the left, the green spot, thank you. And it excludes that rectangle at the bottom because that's land in separate title, it's not council land. Now, this area is classified recreation reserve, and we really cannot imagine that grazing a few horses is the best use of that land. Now, in the next photo, the area at the top, the area in the green triangle, is the entry point to the pump station, and this area could easily be contoured and wetland species established. Now, the branch, with the support of several key local environmentalists, asks that this project be included in this long-term plan. Now, this is a long-term project. It's not one that's going to start tomorrow or even in the next 3 years. But this is, if it's not in the long-term plan, it can never eventuate. So we would like to see it put into your long-term plan, and I'll just comment that, from the point of a member of the public trying to work out what projects are in or out of the long-term plan, it's very difficult because you actually don't give that level of detail about which projects might be funded at the departmental level, only in the very general sense. Members of our branch first started wanting to rehabilitate this area 20 years ago, and we feel it's time to at least take that first step in getting it into a long-term plan. So moving on to the next topic, which I don't have any photos for, is implementing the Regional Pest Management Plan. Now, as above with the wetland construction and so on, there are cross-departmental benefits and responsibilities to meet Council's legal obligations under this regional plan. It's not something that should be left to the open spaces budget, as this also applies to road reserves and other council land. And so we're asking you to include a specific budget line, and we're suggesting 30k for both transparency and accountability. And this whole issue brings up the silo approach of how council is set up and managed. You've got roading over here, parks over there, and Three Waters over here. This is something that impacts on all council land. And we have had some discussions at staff level about this, but it has to be in the budget. And additional to that particular point that I've just made is the need for an annual budget for removing Phoenix Palms from council reserves. I've spoken to the council about this previously, and in the interests of time, I'm just going to reiterate the need for the council to address this, which at the very least is a duty of care. that photograph, if you actually could enlarge it, shows very clearly very dangerous spines that can carry a tropical disease and can puncture people's limbs and can result in amputations. Now, just setting aside my environmental hat for a moment, it seems crazy that the council can allow such plants to be on the reserves and playgrounds. Next slide, please. So at the top is a Phoenix palm hiding in plain sight in Rex Morgan Park. And the next slide, please. And this is a forest of seedlings underneath that particular palm. Just an hour ago, I noticed there were half a dozen of those seedlings in one of the gardens just out here. It's something that has to be acknowledged and addressed. And then the next slide, please. This is a particularly offensive specimen growing over graves in the Domain Road Cemetery. And the next one, please. And it's just starting to grow in one of the other graves, and it's going to do damage to that particular grave, which doesn't seem actually satisfactory or acceptable. So since 2018, Forest and Bird have facilitated the removal of 27 females. Council have removed 8, 6 at Pikawai Camp and 2 associated with Jane and Jim Stock Bank works. Private landowners have removed others that we're unable to quantify. And remaining there's 13 females on council land, including 5 at Short Street, 20 males on council land and 10 females at the hub. Now, a budget of $10,000 a year for the life of the plan would allow 5 to be removed each year. It's not something I realise that you can actually fix overnight. It has to be staged, it has to be budgeted for. And the final photo there is a disintegrating palm that has been drilled and poisoned. So that's all I'm going to address from our main submission today, and I'm happy to answer questions. But I just want to emphasise in summary, in climate change, be bold, embed it in everything that you do, all your decisions, plant trees for carbon sinks and flood mitigation, and embed nature-based solutions in everything that you do, and a dedicated budget for priority weed control. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Linda? Councillor Ventures?
Thank you, Linda, for your presentation, and you made a number of powerful points very well, so thank you for that. With the Phoenix palms, you talked about them being male and female. Could you explain the importance of that or significance of that?
Well, it's very significant for the ecological point of view, which is Forest and Bird's mandate, because the females have berries, and the berries are very attractive to birds, and the birds take the berries and they fly all over the place and drop the seeds, and then you've got all these ones coming up. And we're particularly concerned about the special bush reserves we have here in town. So we're prioritising this. Can't expect to remove every Phoenix palm around the country, and believe me, everywhere you go you see them. But if we can remove the seed source from around these reserves in town and in Hopi, then we've got a chance to prevent a terrible catastrophe happening in the future where we've suddenly got bush reserves with Phoenix palms popping up, and you'll see them on the escarpment here. There's a few that are popping up. The males, of course, the males are necessary to fertilise the female flowers, so that's where the female pin comes out. So Forest and Bird is only concerned about the females because of the ecological effect, but from a council point of view, the males are just as dangerous.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Good morning, Linda. And first, thank you very much for your commitment to the environment and work with Forest and Bird, and a very good submission. My question is that you suggested $30,000 per annum in a budget. would help with tree planting and Phoenix Palm removal, staggered over.
No, sorry
Yes.
if I didn't make that clear. That figure was one that I'm suggesting is budgeted to go across council departments for implementing its responsibilities under the Regional Pest Management Plan. I can't, there's no time to go into what that plan is at the moment, but basically there are pests in that plan that the council is supposed to be controlling on its land, but it isn't because it doesn't have a budget. And there's sort of, okay, is that, oh, everyone says, oh, that's open spaces, you know, that's Ian Maloney's department, but actually it's not, because it's actually on the road reserves, which is
Someone else's
department, and so on.
Thank you for that.
Just wondering, maybe you mentioned it, cutting these things down and poisoning them, do you have an idea what the costs are per tree?
Well, it depends very much on their location and how big they are, but for the big tall ones, it costs in the vicinity of $2,000, plus or minus, probably plus as things are
I wonder
going.
if anyone's thought of setting up a Whakatane care group. Maybe the regional council could come to the party on that. Councillor James.
Oh, could I just reply to
Oh, sure, yeah.
Well, we did have some money from the Regional Council, which was seeding money, which we've used. Landowners have made contributions and we've assisted landowners to a greater or lesser extent depending on the situation. But that Regional Council funding is exhausted, and that we've been told in no uncertain terms that we won't get any more because they've changed the criteria for their EEF projects, and this doesn't meet it because there's not people, community people cutting it down, but of course it's a dangerous thing that you have to use professionals to do.
Yeah, of course. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks for that, Linda. Just wondering what the root structure is of these trees. Are they bulbous or are they deep rooted?
No, they're not deep rooted. In 99.9% of the cases, if you cut them down, that's it, they're dead and gone. I have read that in some cases they have resprouted, but I personally don't have any experience of that. But the big cost is disposing of them, really. And they used to be taken to the Kawerau tip, but now they have to be mulched.
Okay, thank you, Linda. In the interest of time, and thanks very much for your presentation. The next presenter is Maramina Verco, and she's coming in on Zoom. Ooh. Hopefully. Tēnā koe, Maramina.
Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora.
We're in your hands.
Kia ora. I'm just going to get straight into it. What I present to you, or what I talk with you about at this point in time, is additional to the written submission, and I intend to be fairly brief. So, as an overview and looking at the vision and priorities in the long-term plan, and the statement, more life in life. That sounds great. There's an alignment with Ngāti Manawa's strategic plan in terms of working together to get the best life possible. And to achieve better and to achieve more needs more work and will need resources. So we feel that we're in good alignment with the council on that. In terms of the priorities, my quick analysis is that basically it's about preparing for, adapting to and managing change. Whether we do that as individuals, as a whānau, as a council, as an organisation. That's a common point as well. And the terms that are used to describe those situations, such as strength, connection, interdependence, diversity, constructive, collaborative relationships, and from Ngāti Manawa's point of view, that also encompasses concepts of manaakitanga, kaitiakitanga, and mahitahi working together. Moving on, we understand that the Local Government Act basically sets out the council waka, what it can do and perhaps how. To achieve change, has the council adapted and implemented change within itself? There's 3 examples that we've observed where that has happened. Yes, with the incorporation of a Māori manager and team. Yes, with the use of te reo in publications and in hui. And yes, the use of pepeha at hui. Congratulations, well done. Looking forward to seeing more with the Reo Rua program, hopefully. In terms of the community at Murupara, we acknowledge the support that we have received from Council for the animal control work contract, and we look forward to seeing how we can extend that because of the clever dogs that we have in our community that know that the rangers aren't there in the afternoons. Darned if I know how they figured that out. What we'd like to do is to explore other ways to work together as treaty partners with the council. We currently work together on the municipal water issues, on the wastewater treatment, on housing development, and a few other things that we feel strengthens the relationship that we are building, and hopefully prepares us for whatever we could do to work together into the future. For Te Raunuinga o Ngāti Manawa, relationships are key. Not only our internal relationships, but our external relationships as well. And as can be imagined, there are a number of other organisations that we need to have relationships with. And we're getting to the stage where there's just about not enough hours in the day to be able to, keep up to play with what's happening and what's going on. As I said, we value the relationship that we have with the Whakatane District Council. Just a rhetorical question. What mechanism could we explore to establish the basis for our participation, decision-making, development, and equity of well-being outcomes? Look forward to having that discussion. How will this be resourced? In terms of climate change and natural hazard capability, we have a pipeline looking at supporting our community during natural hazards in particular. Climate change in terms of how it may impact on us, being an inland iwi, doesn't sound as though it's that much of a threat. However, the opportunity is that as an inland iwi, we could potentially host coastal whānau iwi who need to vacate their places as somewhere to stay until firmer arrangements can be put in place. In terms of economic regeneration, what we view as important is the fact that we noticed during COVID that our environment had a break. It had an opportunity to refresh and replenish, and it was something that was great to see, and it's also, in our view, a key lesson for us. So, amongst all the work that we have to do, when do we stop, take a breath, and allow our environment, Papatuanuku, to take a deep breath and get ready for the next onslaught? Collaboration, sharing knowledge and information with other councils. We support that concept. Just as collaboration, sharing knowledge amongst the different iwi in the district is also a good concept. Sometimes we're so busy doing what we're doing, we forget that we could actually develop synergies and savings by working together and not having to reinvent the wheel right from the start in every kaupapa that arises. In terms of a green district, the retention of open spaces in significant places so that they're accessible, they are frequently used, they're celebrated by the community. That's what we've achieved in Murupara with the development that the Runanga has been able to do in restoring significant places along the river. There's a comment in the plan that says things are really tough. We believe if you keep in touch with the basics, care for the people and each other, manaakitanga, protect our environment, the wai, the taiao, and maintain balance. Taurite ngā paenga oha oha, me ngā paenga o te taiao. Maintaining balance. The alignment of the LTP and the District Council goals, purpose and outcomes with Te Runanga o Ngāti Manawa's strategic plan, we're hoping that our relationship is mature enough to create enabling processes, support to achieve positive change. Nō reira, tēnā rā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Maramina. I'll allow 2 questions because we're falling behind schedule, so... Councillor Tanchos.
Tēnā koe, Maramina, thank you for your presentation today. I was just thinking about your points around climate change and the role that Ngāti Manawa might play in that, which is a really interesting point. But also I was wondering, have you considered risk from forest fire in relation to climate change? Of thinking about the Kaingaroa Plains and the forests through there. Have you done some analysis of fire risk?
Yes, we have, and we also arranged at the end of last year a community plan, given that the intel that we had at the time was that the potential for wildfires with the El Nino pattern of weather pattern was possible over the summer period. So we put in place a plan to deal with that. It was a plan based on the first 3 days in terms of what we needed to organise internally within Murupara until if and when the situation was escalated to regional, national level. So we're in a position where we can build on that and apply it to any of the other potential hazards that we may need to deal with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maramina.
Hei te, kia ora Maramina, ko nā pirati nei, hi. I was just really, I wanted to probably explore, you spoke about a couple of projects that the Runanga would wish to discuss with the council. And one was on Pākehā, but the other one also, was with the Murupara recycle centre or the dump centre inside of that. Now the council is looking at putting charges over there. What's your view around there? Because when I was reading your submission, is this something like, we have a great relationship with you for the dog controls that Ngāti Manawa is running up in Murupara and in relationship with the Whakatane District Council. Was that something that Ngāti Manawa would also probably look at in terms of management around the the recycle centre up at Maripara?
Yes, we have a goal around zero waste management. So it's about recycling, reuse, everything that we can, and hopefully in the process be able to engage some of our people to be involved in that. One of our biggest concerns is that charges with the landfill, for example, are likely to generate, probably initially, a negative response in terms of people dumping at will, basically.
Absolutely.
And we've spent a lot of time, nearly 5 years, clearing significant sites along the river and around some of the forestry areas, and there was a heck of a lot of rubbish in that. But at the end of the day, if we take a realistic approach and really look at it, if it's well managed and the community are involved, then those issues can be mitigated.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Maramina. We can keep talking another time, but at the moment we've got to thank you very much.
Bye.
Next speaker is Greg Robertson. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. You've listened to a lot of submissions over the last wee while, so thank you for the time, the patience and the effort to do all of this. It is appreciated. Great many of these submissions are coming to you with ideas for what the community needs, what people need and everything like that, but unfortunately you are hearing these in a time of we need to be more careful, we need to be more prudent. To put forward a 17% rate increase in this climate is not sustainable. Something has to change, and unfortunately I've got to take the other side of the equation as I talk through this with you this afternoon. Every one of these other ideas coming forward is warranted. All these things are wonderful, but it's all paid for by people. It's all paid for by ratepayers in our community here. It doesn't come from the council, it comes from ratepayers. And we've got to be mindful of the consequences that the decisions that you make around the table that you're sitting at and the ramifications of them. To be very simple about it, 17% is extraordinary. It's unsustainable, and it follows a number of years of equally sustainable increases, is what I refer to as scope increase, as impacted upon the council's decisions and what you are faced with. Something must change, I'm afraid, guys. This cannot continue. There needs to be a recognition that the consequences outweigh the benefits to the community somewhere else, because for every dollar you increase the rates by, that's $1 less to go into somewhere else. And unfortunately, that includes rent, food, consequences, childcare, all of the aspects that make up the community. So don't see this as isolation. This is part of a pattern that the consequences are extreme for our community, and we've got to be mindful of that. Further to that, as you increase the costs to the community, they in turn pass those costs further on down the chain. So if we look at the supermarket, if its rates bills goes up, the price that it sells its groceries goes up. It's just how the economic system works. Costs are recovered. So the impact upon the community isn't the 17%, it's the consequential flow-on costs that occur from that point forward. On the rates bill, GST goes up. Okay, so as you increase your rates, the government take goes up as well. In other words, this community is paying more in GST as a consequence. There is a flow on that affects everybody. So, you've got to address somehow the aspirations of the community and balance off the good that you've been hearing over the last few days from the submissions. And that means taking away from somewhere else. You can't keep adding, you can't keep scope growth occurring without addressing something else somewhere else. There needs to be some sense of prudence in the decisions that you make. I'm going to talk a little bit about a couple of the areas, if I may, that I see. As I understand it, staffing levels have increased markedly over the last few years. Each staff member is empowered with one thing only, and that's to spend money. Okay? There's nothing else that they're really here for. They're here to spend money. So not only is the community bearing the cost of the increased staffing, it's whatever that staff member spends it on, so that you get a multiplication up of incremental costs as the scale of this organisation grows. If we have a look at how to control the staffing levels, that in turn will address to some extent the expenses that you're incurring. I'm also going to talk about my favourite topic. I've been addressing this one since I think about 1990 was the first one I presented to this council on it, and that's of course your leasehold land. The council is the most inefficient operator of commercial assets that there can be. That's no criticism of the council or the people that run them. It's the function of how it works. You know, once you put a commercial asset into the control of a political body, it gets complicated. The only way of addressing that is to remove these commercial assets from the political arena, put them into a commercial framework, and manage them from that perspective. And I talk specifically here about the leasehold land, but equally it applies to the campground, to the airport, to all of the other commercial assets that you've got. You need to put these into a commercial structure so that they are run. The current system prevents the town from prospering, prevents the town from growing. You're very, very fortunate that two people within this town have seen fit to invest in the leasehold land over the last 10, 15 years. I take my hat off to both of them, but you cannot rely on that to create the well-being of the town. I'm quite sure both those parties made their investments without any expectation of a return, and that doesn't augur well for the long term. You need a council-controlled trading organisation controlling, please, your assets so that they can be run commercially with outcomes of that nature in mind.
Thank you, Greg. Thanks very much. Councillor Dennis has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
About two because of the time.
In regard to your opening statement on the 17% rate rise being really high, have you taken into account that the average rate rise of all the councils around New Zealand will be 16%, and also places like Hamilton at 19.5% per annum for 3 years running, which will be higher than ours? And have you also taken into account in that statement there that the internal rate of inflation for the council concrete, diesel, insurances and bitumen and all that is 26%? Do you still think that we should be in single figures when you take that into account?
I'll answer that with 3 words. Is this a race to the bottom? You know, are we all going to join hands together to race to the bottom of the option bits that you've got? Look at the consequences. You know, and look, if I can talk about Wellington, I don't want to talk about specific examples here in town because that would personalise it, but in Wellington you've got water flowing from every street corner because Wellington has chosen cycleways and strengthening of its town hall above functionality. And now it hasn't got the wherewithal to mend its waters. We've got the same problems in town here. We've got to focus on what matters to us and, discard what we can and what isn't adding value to this community. Because if we continue to spend on what can be seen as some elements of frivolous spending, we're not going to have water. We're not going to have the functions that this community so badly needs. I don't want to be in a race to the bottom. So yes, I'm not going to compare myself or ourselves to other consequences elsewhere.
Mr. Boynton, last question.
Kia ora. Thank you for your submission and your presentation, and also to acknowledging that the funding model for the local government is broken as it was set out in the future for local government review report. And so councils obviously have limitations, and they even have more so limitations when there's a change of government. And so when councils have planned for particular assets to be managed elsewhere and then cost covered elsewhere, but then it returns because there's a change of government, it can be difficult for us to turn around. So I acknowledge that some of the things that have been planned for quite a while now look like that they seem to be nice to haves. My question just relates to, you put in your submission that there is too much control ceded to iwi interests and that the council is responsible to all of its citizens in the town irrespective of race. So I just wanted to ask you, what do you mean by ceding to iwi interests, that our council has ceded to iwi interests?
Can I answer that by giving you an example? Okay, because we are here for everybody. This is a council of everybody in the community. It doesn't matter what your race is or what your beliefs are, anything like that. You're here to represent everybody. But every time I talk about the leasehold land, the response I'm generally hearing back is, well, we can't deal with the leasehold issue because that has to be dealt through iwi. Iwi may be interested in taking over the leasehold interests of the town, and so therefore we aren't addressing it. That's not the right answer. The leasehold land needs to be dealt with as a commercial decision. To sit back on you and say, no, we can't deal with it because of some potential iwi issue or interest in it, isn't the right answer. It's there for the people of this town, and that's everybody, and it needs to be addressed for the benefit of the town. If we fail to address the leasehold land, we will continue to have a town that, if you walk through it and go down to Strand East, the council has got 3 buildings down there that are derelict wastes. Okay, that's an embarrassment to you folk. Sorry, I'll be as blunt about it as that. And I think it's because of this perception that we're ceding our control. We're ceding the interest in the control of council. Does that answer it in a way?
I suppose I'm glad you highlighted the word perception, because I suppose that can work in different ways, because there are facts as well, and there's facts that the 8 iwi that reside in this district, alone their settlements can add up to $1.2 billion. Currently, some of the largest employers that we have in our township that contribute to our economy are iwi. And iwi are not just another race or culture within the community. They are a treaty partner. They are the indigenous race that has been here for over 1,000 years. So therefore, it is good and positive, and actually we have a lot of outcomes, both economically, socially, and also in the management of land, and also also commercial opportunities that benefit everybody in the community. So,
thank you, Councillor.
I'd just like to see it benefiting everybody in the community, and the decisions that you make reflect the community total benefit. Yes, please.
Well, that's a conversation that will go on for a long time. So thank you very much for your presentation. And,
thank you.
Move to the last presenter, who's not foreign to us either, Barry Cutfield. Thank you, Barry. Welcome.
Thank you for the invitation and for taking me on. I'm conscious that it's going to be a tough gig for me because we've got things to get on with and another program starting at 1. So, by way of introduction for people who don't know, I'm chartered professional civil engineer and yachty, although these days it's probably flipped around in the other order, and I've lived here for some 5 years. I think I came here as a 20-year-old civil engineering graduate, and been here pretty much ever since. Great interest in the Whakatane Harbour throughout that time. Involvement with council on many levels, as council as in the port operator. And my purpose in being here today is to discuss that role in a little more detail. The news is not good, I'm afraid. The trigger for my submission came from a press article I read. I was away on a boat. Read a Beacon article where it was suggested that council staff are looking at the order in council which governs the harbour board activity, or the activity that the harbour board used to undertake before the amalgamation. Council staff want to have that order in council revisited. For me, that's not the first time that particular kite's been flown, and the last time it was raised is probably 15, 20 years ago at a long-term plan environment, and the community spoke back with considerable volume that didn't think that was an appropriate thing to do. As far as I'm concerned, that remains the case, and as you can see from my written submission, the fact that I've been triggered and present you today made me think a little harder about how council's doing as a port operator, how it's discharging its duties and functions in the context of the 1976 order in council. And thus my submission. You will note probably my tone within the submission is one of exasperation, and that is what I feel currently when I interact with council staff on matters relating to the harbour. It's been the case for probably 5 years. Let's say my interactions go back a long time. I've had really good experiences in early years. I have professional experiences relating to the river and to the harbour, and also the recreational component. So, to support what I've written here, I've been to the museum. I've flicked out the minutes of the harbour board as it in its final period of existence, and try to understand how the order in council wording was developed, and the organisation was a particularly well-run organisation. It achieved a lot in this town. It did all the reclamation, created the leasehold properties. It ran the harbour extraordinarily well. Bookkeeping was fantastic. The people involved were all very confident in what they do and knowledgeable about the harbour. And it was their intention that approach endured. Of course, there's one little fish hook with the reclamation, and that was that it reduced the tidal compartment within our harbour. And as a result, we have had since difficulties with our harbour entrance. The intention was that the income stream from those properties would be applied in the passage of time to maintaining the harbour and doing what was required to secure that entrance and make it safe. I can tell you from 45-year experience that I wouldn't have thought it possible that we'd be getting to the end of my professional career at least, and we'd still be dealing with an unimproved harbour entrance for a place which is such a boating mecca. It's unbelievable. Right, got a lot to say on this, and time's up. So I would urge you to perhaps get in touch with me. I wanted to touch on a lot about those frustrations that I've experienced in the last 5 years. I've got 3 topics particularly I would raise: harbour entrance, boat harbour, and the Whakatane future-proof project that is being undertaken by the Regional Council. I've got a lot to say on those topics, and it might illuminate for you the degree of exasperation that I feel when I observe what's happening in this arena. Looking ahead, 10-year plan. Let's get some expertise on board. Let's get some professional level help on directing, formulating and directing a program to maintain the harbour as it should be. Let's drop the Boat Harbour project tomorrow. And I believe in the context of the Order in Council, one of the provisions in there is that you need to have a harbour committee. I think that needs to happen to provide competent and oversight of the harbour activity. So I'd ask you to reinstate that in this 10-year period. I'll stop there, but I've only got about that far through my material. Such is life.
Well, thank you, Barry. We have your phone number and your email, so we'll be in touch. One question.
Thank you, Barry, for your presentation today. Always a lot to think about. If a harbour committee was to be established, what would that look like in your view?
Well, it could take the form of a structure that we had some years ago. It was a harbour advisory board. The Order in Council is quite clear about it. The actual term is, it's item 15 of the Order in Council. The District Council shall forthwith establish and maintain a committee of council to be known as the Whakatane Harbour Committee.
It doesn't say much about. I mean, how would you? I
mean, have we done that? Are we doing that?
So my question is, if we establish one, what would that look like for you?
Well, I thought the format of a harbour advisory board worked quite well because it fed in. It fed in at the right level.
So how many people? Who would you?
It might be something that parallels your commercial advisory board, for instance. Maybe the commercial advisory board could take on that role, but it would need to have the right expertise. This is quite a specific and quite a technical job, and so I would say five people from the appropriate backgrounds.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Worship. Morning, Barry, and thank you. And yes, a lot to think about. My question just relates to, so in 76, it was they grouped together and the Harbour Board passed to the Whakatane Council with the idea of establishing a committee. So the Whakatane Harbour Committee wasn't established, but a Harbour Advisory Board was, and then was that subsequently disestablished?
Yeah, well, the Harbour Advisory Board came along in about 2010. I was on it for its entire duration. 2010 and disestablished probably 5 years later, I'd say. We went for.
Supplementary for what reason?
I don't know what the reason was. It was, change of guard. An election, change of guard. No, it just lapsed. We stopped having meetings. There was no sort of conclusion to it. But and in my observation, the wheels have really fallen off since then.
Thank you.
I mean, you're no doubt aware that the harbour entrance there has had little water in it for the last 120 years. it's not new, that you could have walked across it even 100 years ago.
Exactly.
Low tide.
Exactly.
It's never been attempts have been made to rectify it, but it's never been fixed. But anyway, I've got lots of questions. I'm not going to ask them.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Barry. And we've got to knock off, otherwise we won't get any lunch at all, because we're back here at 1 o'clock. So thanks to everybody. Thanks to all the... And 1 o'clock we're back if we want to keep our schedule going.
Is that recorded?
Right. Anyway, I need a mover and a seconder that the hearings and submissions on the draft Whakatane Climate Pathway report be received, and that the council note that the hearing of submissions is consistent with section 83 1E of the Local Government Act 2002 to ensure that any person who wishes to present his or her views to the local authority or its representatives is given the reasonable opportunity to do so. Could I have a mover? Councillor Puller, seconder. Councillor Magiaho, all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Ayes have it. Right, the first submission of the afternoon, climate change submission is Domenica Bavaro. You would come forward, please. Welcome. We're on page 95 of the agenda and page 1 of the appendix. Raise your hands.
Oh, okay, so it's a race here. Before we start, do you mind if I ask who are all these lovely people around? Sorry, it's my first time I do a submission, so I want to make sure that I'm aware who's listening to what I've got to say, and especially the people in the background, you know, just want to feel in a safe environment, and who's listening, please.
It's being live streamed, so it's going out to the world.
Okay.
Anyone with an internet connection.
Or 14. Okay. No, it doesn't say this on the internet anyway. So I'm here to oppose the climate change strategy. I've got 4 minutes and 18 seconds. I hope I can express myself in this time. So first and foremost, there is something that has been missed in the scientific evidence that every authority, every organization, everyone has been not showing and discussing, which is a very basic fundamental science concept, which is CO2 is the food the plants need so it can release oxygen through the chlorophyll photosynthesis. Oxygen is essential to human existence, and if there is no CO2, there are no plants. If there are no plants, there is no oxygen. If there is no oxygen, we cannot exist. This is the photosynthesis, and everybody should know by now this basic concept that has been completely hidden away. Climate change is geoengineering instead, and the evidence is reported on overseas documents of New Zealand commitment to these unethical and dangerous practices. New Zealand government does not want to release this information, and therefore reports on this are labeled as conspiracy theory. I'm going to be bold here and honest. This criminal cartel-like operation, using the same strategy of COVID emergency superpowers, and just like the safe and effective jobs, acknowledge that the responsibility, this is what the council is writing on the paper plans here, responsibility for delivering on the goals and action of this plan do not sit with one group, person or organizations, but monitoring, reporting, etc., will be undertaken by the council. It's on page 18 of the plan. So who is accountable, and where do we go if we need to discuss something that is not going okay for us, the people, the ratepayers? The government and councils have failed to provide the people of New Zealand with unbiased scientific evidence and data. And as true criminals, they are undermining people's freedoms and liberties with law enforcement, breaching the New Zealand Bill of Rights Act and the Nuremberg Code, with the arrest of people peacefully protesting, arrest of whistleblowers like very young, the censorship of all opposing evidence, and true scientific interventions and discussion, like scientist Ian Plimer in Melbourne is absolutely hated in the world of climate change. The introduction of therapeutic product bill, the introduction of digital identity, digital currency, and online censorship bill, racial, sexual indoctrination, extremely cruel abortion law, destruction of morals, values, culture, tradition, and food heritage, destruction of sovereignty, total control of food, water, natural resources, minds, and lives.
This is the true meaning of climate change, the weaponization of fear via propaganda to control people is utterly unethical. And the excuse from every one of you here is, I'm just doing my job. Remember our previous meeting in September, I still haven't received the answer to my questions. Apparently there is so much evidence, but there are no answers. So we are the carbon they want to eliminate. Whakatane Council has misled the ratepayers by distributing flyers, like this one, to our doorsteps, omitting the climate change strategy papers, which is this, from which, obviously, there are 226 points that are very broad and somehow unclear. And to list a few, we talk about agricultural as the biggest emission cause. There is no such a thing as, to date that can prove this, but science are being told, can I continue? Thank you.
You have some momentum up, so you better keep going.
Okay. So, agriculture is the biggest emission cause. It's false information because evidence can be provided by real scientists who are being utterly silenced, and it's not fair. The promotion of alternative protein farming. Bill Gates' synthetic food in my food industry is called chemical shitstorm. We don't want to eat Bill Gates' food. New Zealand's got the most beautiful dairy production, fisheries, and how are we going to prevent people from eating the normal food? In the C40 documents that you've got online, but it's another little twisted path to find, there is a chart with a clear picture that by 2030 people won't be able to eat meat, dairy, and all of that. It doesn't say in the climate plan here, but we talk about adaptability and resilience many, many times. It's a repetitive word that obviously hides a lot of these grey little things that people are not even aware of this piece of information. So resilience and adaptability, what does this exactly mean? Climate change strategy 2020-2030 talk about strong community demand. As far as I'm concerned, I've been completely neglected by some council member, nor provided with scientific evidence to ask some things about climate change. Evidence never had the chance of, debate. Instead, I've been bullied, and I'm not going to discuss this here at the moment. Transiting to e-vehicle, it's a total waste of ratepayers' money as far as I'm concerned, because e-vehicles have exorbitant expensive batteries and they've got a short life, and they are banned from some chartered company of those ferries. Some ferries terminal, they don't want e-vehicle on their ships. So good luck with that. Projected changes, trajectory scenarios and modeling. What about a beautiful fine weather scenario just like today? All of this fear, all of this fear mongering, this is literally mass formation psychosis. So if we use modeling, we should have also to include the input data. Where is this information come from? And it appears that information is generated from the World Economic Forum website, then United Nations, and then it goes around to the C40 CT website. I won't be too long, sorry. So, regarding the previous plan, you had a 300-page document which also included this. And I believe, thanks to my feedback back in September, the thing has become more complicated than ever by splitting it in different little parts and documents and being spread all around the council website. And if I ask anyone who went to the meeting a few nights ago, 2 weeks ago, I don't think anybody turned up with this document. I was busy making preserves, so I didn't take a chance to go and talk about this. My personal advice to you people is to be careful what you wish for. Because if we go for this thing, there's no way back. In 2 months' time, we're going to have digital currency and digital everything. That's it. You will have no more power to talk. I will be completely, disappear. And there is no way back. So please stop saying, I'm just doing my job. You need to take responsibility of your own actions. If you are in the council implementing this, you have to be responsible for this. We can't go and chase up Bill Gates because he wants to sell synthetic meat to New Zealand and he wants to get rid of our cows. You are in charge of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Domenica. Does anybody have any questions to ask? Well, I'll give you one.
Gracias.
Do you know what science is?
Science.
Do you believe in it?
I believe in science 100%.
Do you know what the scientific consensus is on human-induced climate change at the moment? Among scientists, not among...
It's 3%.
No, you're wrong. It's 99.9%, and if you want the information, I can give it to you. But do feel free to come and have a chat. I'm happy to talk with you about all of this stuff. No problems at all.
I can bring a bunch of scientists as long as I don't get cancelled and fried.
You won't get... I'm sure you won't be cancelled.
Yeah.
But thanks very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
yeah, and do reach out. Don't just walk away.
Yes, we try when we get listened to. We can reach out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good luck with Bill Gates meet.
It doesn't sound very nice, so probably give it a miss. Next speaker is Mary Russell. Welcome, Mary. We're on page 2 of the appendix and page... What is it? Main agenda. You're in your hands, Mary.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me? Okay, Your Worship, Mayor, Councillors, my submission is on wood heater smoke, which is a major source of winter air pollution. This air pollution is harmful to public health and the environment. The current policy by some councils is to burn better, advising homeowners to use wood heaters that meet existing standards and to burn dry, untreated wood. But this is ineffective. Research shows all wood heaters produce pollution at harmful levels, regardless of burning method or modern wood heater design. In some residential areas, wood heaters are required to be removed when the house is sold. Some residential areas have grants and buyback schemes to encourage people to switch from wood burning heating to cleaner alternative. Addressing the issue of our cold and damp homes requires a plan from central government, as it involves costs that exceed the financial capabilities of financially challenged local government. Therefore, Dr. Victor Lichter, please advocate for public health and the environment and request central government involvement. Thank you. Okay, that's just short. Okay, I've given you some research papers, but interesting article about growing up in New Zealand, the study of our study of children growing up, and it's stating how it's chimney smoke from neighbours is harmful to children. I've given you that copy. And also I looked on the internet and found a printout from Auckland Council, and the pamphlet was stated, "Enjoy the heat, not the smoke. How to operate wood burners and domestic fires to minimise air pollution and maximise heat and energy efficiency. Okay, so it basically tells you how to operate a fire. Okay. So, yeah. Okay, so those are my resources, and that's the stuff. Okay, thank you for letting me speak.
Wait, we've got some questions for you.
Oh gosh, okay.
I'm sure we've got some questions for you.
Oh, no.
Well, I can have.
Okay.
Do you happen to know how many the attribution of deaths to air pollution in this country is? 'Cause it's quite shocking for me, actually.
Okay, in one of my documents, yes, but okay. And in that submission about growing up in New Zealand, it says that, I think it's, I can't remember, but it's like a high percentage of people have wood fires in their homes.
I think the number's about 3,000, and part of that is from motor vehicles pollution, and the rest of it will be associated with the very things you're talking about. I mean, I remember an era in this town where you were walking around out at night and
Smell.
it was quite smoky. You could.
Yeah.
So you've got a point there, Councillor Davis.
It's basically the central government needs to be involved and have a plan, really. You know, our houses are cold and damp, and there needs to be a plan to help, especially the children,
Central government's got a lot to answer for.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Who else was? Anyone else? Hang on.
She's really sharp.
Mary, we've got one more question for you.
Oh, no. Okay, yes.
You want to run away?
I'm interested in your statement here, the second page. Children have larger skin surface in proportion to their body size than adults.
Oh, that's from the Growing Up in New Zealand study.
That's correct, actually.
Yeah.
Really?
Volume to mass ratio. It goes up as the size goes down, that's right.
Okay, it just says here, why are children more vulnerable to environmental pollutants than adults? And I mean, they eat more food, drink, and they put their fingers in their mouths, and they breathe more. Organs are developing. Yeah, it's harmful for children, really. Okay. Yeah.
Any other questions for Mary before she tries to run away again?
Just a comment, so everyone is quite aware. It's just a comment. Thank you, Mary, for coming in and making that application. I know it's tough. Mary and I used to work at Golden Pond. So I'm really pleased to see her, and her nature is as what you see, very shy but passionate as well.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, if he's here. Keith's not here. Okay, can't make it. Oh, gain some time. So we've got the next speaker is not foreign to us either. It's Glenn Cowther. I'm not sure if he's.
Glenn's here in his orange.
Crowther, yeah. He should be online.
Glenn's here.
Yeah. Hello, can you see and hear me?
Yeah, coming through loud and clear, Glenn.
Wonderful. Yeah, I've stayed away because I've got a bit of a bug. It could be very serious. It could be man flu. So I.
Clearly he's dying.
About 10 minutes, Glenn. You look in good shape anyway. So.
Yeah, well, we'll see how the man flu proceeds. No, I am recovering, so thank you. Shall I just leap into it, or?
Yep, it's all yours.
Right, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the chance to speak to this. I won't speak for long because I've sort of noted down some points in our Sustainable Plenty Trust submission on it. I guess I did want to convey how supportive we are of the work that Whakatane Council has done and is continuing to do in this area. As I think most of you know, I've been involved since I remember Cashy and I being part of the collaborative council grouping, and I was sort of brought in with that quite a few years ago now, and at every step of the way I'd have to say that Whakatane Council has been a leader in it, which is not to sort of skite you up to be doing more than you're doing, but just to say that there are some parts of the Bay of Plenty that probably need to follow your example and actually swing into action on this issue. It seems incredible to me that there are still, you know, quite big gaps between the councils around the region. So our main thing is that we still would love to see more of a regional focus on this, and we know a lot of that's out of your control, but you know, as there are changes in councils around the region, we just encourage you to keep, for staff and councillors, to keep engaging, trying to get that happening. It's going to be challenging in some areas for your council. I think transport's going to be very difficult, but at the same time, as we put in our submission, I strongly encourage you to, you know, keep moving one foot at a time and sort of see how far you can go. We support the approach taken to the targets. I haven't really got my head around what I think, you know, is likely to happen at the end of the year in terms of changes to those national targets. But it is interesting to sort of read through some of the Climate Change Commission advice that came out, was it a month ago, a few weeks ago. So I think that's probably a key thing, is just to keep an eye on those and to be ready to adapt those targets to stay in line with the nationwide targets. But I suppose the more pressing thing probably is looking at your council targets and how you can take a cost-effective approach to reducing emissions there. And I think, you know, from what I've seen, you know, I just again like to say I think you're taking a considered approach. I think, you know, we'd encourage you to do a little bit more and to try to speed it along as much as possible, but we are aware of the wider context. I think it's very challenging right now with cost of living issues, with you know, with central government perhaps having a different emphasis on how they want to reduce emissions. And I think once that becomes clearer how they're going to approach it, particularly in the agricultural space, I think that will help to sort of inform what the role of councils needs to be to pick up any slack there. And I guess I did want to comment on just my own experience with running workshops and information sessions, not in Whakatane district, but in other parts of the Bay of Plenty. And I have noticed in the last couple of years, I mean, there's always been what, you know, is colloquially called climate deniers, which I always thought was a little bit loaded, because I don't think they were denying climate. But now I think there are a lot of complex views out there, if I can put it that way, and I do think it's good to encourage engagement, as I heard you do with a person who had perhaps a different view to what yours might be, Mayor Luca, and I do think it's good to encourage at a council staff level, when they are engaging, to just sort of work through some of the issues, because what I've found is that there is often some common ground there in terms of practical things that people do support, even if they don't buy into the whole big picture, or if they think there are other forces at play that are driving some of the agenda. You know, when you bring it back to the basics, there are sometimes, you know, people can be quite supportive of practical steps. So I just encourage you to keep moving ahead, and would be pleased to offer as much support as we can.
Thank you, Glenn. Floor's open for questions. Potentials.
Thank you. Thank you, Glenn, for your presentation today, and for your support that you've offered and you're offering, but also have given this council over a number of years now, and the work that you've been doing in this area. It's really appreciated. My question is around the pathway
to emission reductions. And one of the things that concerns me is that we often, I think, underestimate the importance of quite big cuts early on the basis that the easy stuff to do needs to be done quickly, because as we kind of get further away from the easy stuff, it gets harder and harder, and so progress slows. So it means we've got to make fast progress quite early on. I mean, would you agree with that?
Yeah, that's my personal view. I guess the counter view is that technology will save us, if I can describe it that way. There seem to be a lot of people, both, including within both the previous Labour government and the current coalition government, who seem to think if we just, make a bit of progress where the national target is within reach, and we can get to 2030 and hit our emissions reduction plan target, they don't seem to worry quite so much about the fact we'd have to still fork out billions and billions of dollars or default on our Paris target. But putting that aside, I think when I've talked to some of these politicians and some of the others who echo that view, the perspective seems to be that we'll come up with technological solutions. We'll have all the methane inhibitors, we'll have this, that and the other thing, and that will sort it all out. And I think sometimes people just need to do the maths on things like electric vehicles, because obviously there'll be a huge change in our emission profile as we electrify the fleet. But when you do the sums, even at the previous year's very quick uptake, we are still not looking likely to have a massively electrified fleet by the early 2030s. Like, just the sums don't get you there. So I totally agree. We can put the foot down now and actually really pick the low-hanging fruit. That's the approach I'd favour.
We're waiting for some saviour to come rescue us.
Yeah, so I honestly think there's either a conscious or a subconscious view amongst a lot of people that I guess it's the she'll be right kind of thing, and people, I think, understandably, it's a very daunting issue to get your head around, because if you do what silly people like me do and read a bit on it, you soon get to the point where you have to try to steady the nerves a little bit as you look to the future. And I think it does raise another issue, which I will comment on, which is I do think we're at a point where communications around this has to be spot on, and I'm not commenting on your count. I haven't seen enough of what your council says to your communities, but I do worry sometimes it can go in either direction, that people can feel, oh, everything's being sorted out by a nice, greenwash spin campaign that I have seen come out of central government at times, and on the other hand, that we scare young people in particular, and they freak out.
Glenn, a comment I hear around local government and at high levels is that New Zealand is only a very small emitter, 0.05% of the total global emissions, which is true. But then that leads you to say, well, then what's the point of us doing anything? That's a reasonable question. What do you say to that?
I mean, I've always taken the approach that per capita, we are amongst the highest emitters in the world. And I still think, that's a better way to look at it, because if you're living in, I don't know, Idaho or Kazakhstan or wherever you're living, you're still just a person who's got a certain amount of influence in what you can do in your life. And I guess you have to do what you can. Your community has to do what it can, your council has to do what it can, government, etc. And I guess I just look at it, if we all do what we can, then we'll get there. If a lot of people, a lot of businesses, a lot of councils go, nah, it doesn't count, then we're not going to get there as a world.
Thanks, Glenn. Any other questions for Glenn? He is not. Thanks, Glenn. Thanks very much.
No worries.
Thank you, Glenn.
Good to see you all.
Thanks, Glenn.
All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Peter Minton. an individual submission, then it's on page 7 of the appendix. And oh, here it is. Page oh, that's the appendix, yeah, 106. We're ready, Peter, go for it when you feel like.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou. Ko Peter Minton tuku Pingoa, no Netherlands ahau. My name is Peter Minton, I'm original from the Netherlands. And maybe you are aware of that 59% of the Netherlands is below sea level. So if this one country is on the forefront of climate change, it is the Netherlands. When I made this submission, I thought long and hard about it, because what can you do as a local authority? How can you stay relevant? One of your reports says, okay, we reduced our footprint by 928 tons equivalent CO2. Okay, you need to acknowledge it, that's good. But if you compare it, you look at, say, the board mills, one of the biggest emitters within this district, they made a process change and they reduced their footprint with 21,000 tons. So what the council tries or has achieved in 1 year, they do it in just a couple of weeks. And so that's all about, say, relevancy of what you're doing and where you're spending as a council money on. Reading also through the Climate Response Act and the Zero Carbon Amendment, there is a clear task for councils to take a certain part of the education of the people. And I must admit that council has done a pretty good job in that. Now we have a draft document, 18 pages. Last week I was in Christchurch. In their long-term plan, not a single word about climate change draft. They had just half A5 format article about what they do about climate change is just spend a lot of money on shared cycle and walkways. Yeah, so is what the council does, is that relevant? I don't think so, because it's only, say, a little bit. Does it matter? Yes, because you achieve something and you keep the discussion going. What I clearly missed in the document, try to find it quickly, is this page is about the Pakitani district emissions. You're talking about gross emissions. What I'm missing within the draft is, okay, about 65% of our council land is forest. Trees, shrubs, whatever, absorb carbon. So why is that not in it? As I say, okay, we emit this, but we have plantation forest, we have native forest, etc., and they absorb that. So that you already have some kind of thing, say, yeah, there are community initiative, yeah, we plant trees. What does it yield? This, yeah, a little bit disappointing, not in there. The other thing what the council should, in my opinion, look at is the emissions impact on their planning decisions. And I did say on the back of the envelope calculation on having 200 properties at Julian's Berry Farm. That's 5 kilometers away. Yep. We realized that development, there are 200 properties there, every property has 2 cars. And you can easily calculate what is the additional emissions because people are not living within town. Yeah, what is compared with densification. And I came up to around 1,450 tons, which wipes your saving from last year out comfortably. And also there, thinking about that, using those elaborations to see what is really, say, effect from the council on emissions. That I'm missing. Yeah, because if you say look at, okay, those 200 new residents around Julian Bear Farm, if you want to offset that, they have to plant 1.8 hectares of pine trees every year for the next 50 years to offset. So that's a little bit, say my thoughts about this document. I like especially, say, the active transport part of it, because I like to move around town on my e-bike. And I also, like, say, the educational part of it.
Okay, you finished, Peter. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Peter?
Thank you, Peter, for your presentation. And I think I really welcome the thought you've put into some of this, and it reminds us of the importance of focusing on the real impacts, not just this kind of the signals that it gives.
Yes.
Signals are important, but we've got to focus on the real, what the actual, and that's quite complex to work through. So I thank you for that. And also for the importance, and what Pete was saying in his as well, the importance of the planning decisions in terms of our emissions profile. When it comes to the work the council's doing, a lot of that stuff is kind of no regrets stuff. So working on our energy management or things that actually have financial advantages as well as climate change advantages. So looking at it in that light, that it's actually looking at where we can save cost as well as affect our emissions. Would I take it you would support those measures on that basis?
I would reckon, say, it as sound business measures. Yeah. I expect from the council that they always are on the lookout for saving, especially when you talk about energy. So if it only depends, okay, how big is the environmental impact? Yeah, what is the additional reduction in emissions? But that's, when I'm looking at the council where they emit the most, where they use the most energy, it's only, say, very small compared with the industrial, what we have around us.
Thank you, Peter. Councillor Puller.
Peter, you talk about not allowing big developments outside of town, so what's your thinking around where would you house people then?
Yeah, just what I said. So we need to look at densification. Have we really, say, everywhere, say, looked at our opportunities around town within, say, the current boundaries? Yeah, because also it's a little bit a sidestep. If you have, say, more developments out of town, more people need to go over the bridge. We only have one of them. So I would say have a more look at what is still, say, within the boundaries, what is possible.
That's dependent on people wanting to subdivide, I suppose, that isn't it?
Yeah.
So
But I think there was, until not so long ago, a bi-party agreement about densification rules, and apparently one part of it is already, say, backing off that again.
Just a supplementary to that, if you're going to encourage intensification, you're still putting extra people into the space. So I can't quite see where do you think the savings may come from?
The savings is less transport. I think a couple of weeks ago there was a report over the emissions over 2023. Say all aspects of our economy were able to reduce the emissions of last year, apart from households. And with out-of-town developments, we encourage households to travel more. And for the other the other part of the ledger is that you have to provide infrastructure. You need to get pipes over there. You need to create roads over there. Well, you say within your boundaries of your town, you have already that infrastructure, and maybe only you need to go from a 100 millimeter pipe to a 150 millimeter pipe because you add 6 properties to a certain street.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. I mean, it's an enormously complex problem. It's scientific, economic, social, the whole thing's in there. So there are no magic bullets. Yeah, technology got us into it, and maybe it can help get us out of it, but not by itself. Thanks very much.
Ja. Dat is wat we don't want to do.
Get a bike.
Peter, thank you.
We're getting a lot of very familiar speakers through today. Is Susan Williams. Welcome, Susan. It's an individual submission. It's on page 8 of the appendix, presumably page 107 or something. 107 of the agenda.
Good afternoon, all. You're coming to the end of a long and hard process.
Well, there's a bit to go yet, Susan.
Climate change is the greatest challenge facing the world today. We need to eat, we hope to live long and happy lives, but to do this we need to be alive. A wise man said, if you think that the environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count your money. You have my submission in front of you, I think. It's more a rough collection of notes. But I don't apologise for that, because I think that all submissions come from strong feeling in the community, and therefore worthy of due consideration and respect by you. I have here the climate pathway for Whakatane, which is a very shy and endangered document. I have found that not one person I've spoken to on the streets or elsewhere knew it existed and was inviting submissions. Plus, it took me a good half hour of searching the council website to find it. And I'm not that bad at it. Why is it separate from the LTP? However, what the document seems to be doing is pointing the way for groups of people in the community to be more environmentally friendly while letting the council off the hook entirely. This is a community strategy, but what has the council done and what is it pledging to do? Nothing as far as I can see. Are we taking climate change seriously? Solar energy. We, the ratepayers, have spent $14 million on tarting up the council buildings for beauty and staff comfort. But where are the roof panels for solar power generation? I've seen no mention in the pathway of investment in solar farms in the district. Personally, as an ex-farmer, and woman of sense I hope, it does not sit well with me to convert any part of our productive Rangataiki Plains to solar energy. But I believe we have 60-odd hectares of unproductive council-owned land at the airport, doing nothing but losing money. What a great solar farm could be there. And do we have any other virtually unused land lying about? What about Karaponga? Plus, I was surprised to see the graph of council gross emissions here, with a large part that wastewater plays in that, at 65% of those emissions, increased from 47% in 2018. I was further shocked to hear the comment from the council chief financial officer that the council could not afford to spend any money on the Three Waters in the coming financial year, while also planning huge expense on unnecessary park upgrades. Reading Graham Weston's comprehensive submission to council, I noticed comments on the Shore Road wastewater treatment plant. which is now surrounded by residential housing and causing problems which will increase in coming years. This was followed by his suggestion of its relocation to a smaller footprint with technological upgrades at the airport site. A solar farm there would then generate enough power for the treatment plant and, of course, for the airport. Also on solar energy, I would like to see a small financial incentive offered by council to householders to install solar panels on their roofs. A good return in sustainability for a small outlay. The council vehicle fleet. I see on the council website that moving from ICE to BEV vehicles is underway, but not specifically how fast or whether targets are being reached. In fact, no targets. I might suggest that this program be accelerated if only I knew what it was. I recently travelled from Pakatani South, around the entire South Island with my son in his self-charging hybrid car, a distance of 3,000 kilometres, for a cost of total in petrol of $330. I know because I paid it. Not bad going and very comfortable. Hybrids are, of course, not the ideal as far as emissions are concerned, but getting there. They have a 54% efficiency rate at conversion from energy to motion, with 90% for the BEV, as against only 17% for the internal combustion engine. In fact, it may be with the removal of subsidies for hybrids by the government that it may pay council to convert straight to BEVs. After the tsunami scare, infrastructure resilience to climate change, I thought that the Civil Defence Organisation would lose no time in facing up to and addressing the shortcomings in their response. Now, 3 years later and three years closer to a catastrophic event with probable loss of life, we've seen no discernible progress from them or the council, apart from possibly some heightened interest in a second bridge. There was a revamp of the Civic Centre, partly excused by statements that the large empty spaces there will be used when an emergency occurs, with no taking of account of immersion by a flood event at that low height above sea level. Nor is the Memorial Hall much higher. And what of some improvement with water, toilets, etc. for crowds of refugees in the hills and inland? Can we please have some urgency in these council-led deliberations on the emergency response plan? I've noticed that our council has trouble with two concepts. One, affordability, and two, urgency. As Benjamin Franklin said, when the well is dry, we know the value of water. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Yeah, you've done a lot of research, I see.
Really?
Well, you've done a little bit of digging around. Councillor Jukes, you have a question?
Yes, actually, it is a question. In a way. Because your submission, it is a question, because your submission is quite brief with your bullet points, the question is, could we please have a copy of your notes that you've read out, because it's far more elaborate than what your points are of your submission.
Yeah, this should have been the submission, shouldn't it?
Yes, so could we please have that copy?
Yeah, ever asked me for that before?
Yes, so it would be nice for us to have a copy of what you have covered in more detail. Thank you. Question.
Any other questions? So, Susan, if council were to convert its fleet to battery electric vehicles today, our fleet is large part of our fleet is diesel utes. Whilst there are options, they will come at a price premium.
Yeah.
What would you say? In some cases, not much of a price premium, or it's dwindling.
It's going to come down, isn't it?
it is coming down and performance is going up, but at the moment it's still, there is a premium.
But I have noticed that people use diesel utes where a tiny sedan car would serve equally as well, don't they? Because they like the feeling.
Yeah, I can't doubt that 25% of our fleet in Whakatane district is diesel utes.
So how much of that is actually used on areas that warrant it?
I don't have that, but yeah. Well, we're looking into it. We'll look faster as well to keep you
Can I
happy.
say something? I just felt that this climate pathway you have here and the LTP is full of cotton wool. It doesn't, it's very short on specifics or actualities or things that are going to happen next week, next year. Progress made, in fact.
Thank you, Susan. Any other questions? No? Thanks, Susan. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
We're actually running slightly ahead of time. Because Derek Caldwell's not here. Anybody else?
Sharon or Maria?
Is there a Sharon Moore or Maria Stove? Not here yet either. So I think we're going to have to adjourn for 10 minutes. Thereabouts.
Yep. So David's just found somebody. David
hang on.
Bewley's just.
May I break with protocol and speak for a moment? I think as part of your basic infrastructure, you should get the hearing in this room fixed up promptly. If Grey Power can do it, why can't you?
Maybe you see it.
All right, welcome, fellas. From Horizon Trust. Got 10 minutes? That's all right. Yeah,
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you all for providing us with the opportunity to submit on the Council's climate change strategy and engage with you through this hearings process. David Glover, the Trust Chair, and myself are here representing Trust Horizon, which has an active interest in supporting communities in the Eastern Bay to decarbonise. I also have the privilege of chairing the Council's Climate Change Steering Committee, which brings together a broad and diverse set of community stakeholders to provide regular feedback on the Council's Climate Change Strategy Work Programme. We'll take our written submission as read and focus our discussion on 4 areas we see as an opportunity for collaboration between the Council, the Trust and others to achieve greater impact on climate change. These are sustainable energy transition, transport, community-led change and carbon offsetting. Firstly, sustainable energy transition. The Trust is an intergenerational investor in the community, much like the Council, and through its energy-related purpose has considerable experience in supporting communities and community organisations to be more energy efficient and to transition away from fossil fuels. In August this year, the Trust will be 30 and have granted close to 50 million across the Eastern Bay of Plenty. For most of our long-standing funding initiatives, climate change mitigation was not the primary focus. It was the benefits to the health and well-being, equity and energy affordability of those that we grant to. As the world's collective understanding of the impact of burning fossil fuels on our health and environment has matured, it has brought into focus the impact the Trust has had and is having to support the Eastern Bay of Plenty reduce its emissions and become more energy resilient, while continuing to invest in the well-being of our communities and environment. The work we fund also provides us with some insight into the financial and commercial viability of projects that improve energy efficiency or transition away from fossil fuels. Once expensive technologies such as heat pumps, LED lighting, electric vehicles and solar PV are now all commercially viable with reasonable payback periods and financial returns associated. And that's without accounting for the cost savings of reduced emissions. Through the work that the Council has already done on opportunities to eliminate natural gas and to install solar PV, it will also be aware of the financial benefits, which when combined with the opportunity to educate others and reduce emissions presents a compelling case for the Council to accelerate the implementation of these initiatives. Often the issue is one of financing, and so the Trust has established a community bond facility in conjunction with community finance. This is an example of a local circular economy where one or more community partners, such as the Trust, are able to support the acceleration of initiatives where the project savings and revenue are sufficient to repay the debt. A recent example of this is where we have partnered with the Kawerau Enterprise Agency in community finance to enable refrigerant destruction in Kawerau. Previously, gases were being exported to Australia for destruction and install solar PV on Kia's building. To put the impact into context, the company CoolSafe that does the destruction destroys the equivalent of 10 to 30 times the Council's emissions each year. If community bond funding is of interest, we're happy to discuss transformational opportunities further with the Council. Transport is another area where technology already exists to significantly reduce emissions, albeit there are a number of barriers to doing so. Reducing vehicle use through mode shift is the simplest approach and also has greatest impact. The Trust remains supportive of the Council's active transport initiatives and assisting to overcome barriers associated with electric vehicle use through our granting, such as enabling the first EV chargers in New Zealand to be Ministry of Education approved and installed across 6 Whakatane high schools. Schools, primary and high school. This highlights the ability for the Trust to support transformational change both at a local and a national level in collaboration with others. We see an opportunity to work with Council local partners such as Waka Eastern Bay, Regional Council and the Government's Equitable Transition Strategy to trial innovative electric fleet sharing arrangements and a more responsive and flexible public transport system, such as that being trialled by the Regional Council in Tauranga using electric vans. Community-led change. As the revised climate strategy has done, it is important to recognise and encourage the role of the wider community to drive system and behavioural change. Ultimately, it will be the community engagement and support of the strategy that will enable its success. The Trust has expressed our desire to contribute to this through a joint contestable fund with local councils. A good example of this is Council's School Sustainability and Resilience Fund, which has been able to grow its impact by 70% this year through local trust support such as ours. The last area we want to talk to is carbon offsetting. You may be aware that Twitter has announced it is no longer accepting New Zealand carbon offsets, as unfortunately New Zealand's existing programs have not kept up with international best practice. This, along with the fact that more than half of New Zealand's native forest cover has been removed, presents an opportunity to look at whether locally compliant schemes could be supported to enable native reforestation in areas such as those prone to landslides or at risk of biodiversity loss from a spatial planning perspective. Currently, a district forestry is a net emitter rather than a carbon sink. As New Zealand heads towards its legally binding target of being net zero by 2050, and if mandatory climate-related disclosures apply to all businesses, there will be a greater interest in local offsets. The Economist Bill estimated in 2023 the potential cost to New Zealand of buying offshore carbon credits to be anywhere from $3 to $24 billion. That's roughly $600 to $5,000 per person to meet our commitments. It would be sensible to investigate whether an opportunity exists locally to support native reforestation through a carbon or biodiversity credit scheme as part of the climate strategy or spatial planning work. To summarise, we suggest Council accelerates its implementation of the financially positive climate mitigation initiatives already identified, and we're open to discussions on how we may be able to support funding these. We encourage Council to look at what can be facilitated in the transport space to innovate and demonstrate viable emissions reductions, including opportunities for trust support. We support proactively assisting community-led climate change initiatives by way of a contestable fund and have offered to contribute to it. We see a potential opportunity for the district to generate income from carbon offsets or biodiversity credits for native reforestation as a result of New Zealand's net zero commitments, and suggest it should be considered for inclusion in the Council's climate strategy or spatial planning work. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we welcome any questions.
Eric.
Thank you, guys. If there were a low-hanging fruit here, it would be transport emissions reductions, right? Among others, but they're much. Yet the transition to EVs is essentially stalled. Whatever incentives there were have been taken away. I don't see that as, what are we going to do in that department? We've just killed off one of the most easy things that could have been done. The tech is there, and EV driven on our grid is a 70% reduction in life cycle emissions. So how do we resuscitate this transition?
I think the reality is we've got to work on things we can achieve locally. We're not going to change the dial at a national or an international level. So as a council, I think you need to look to what you can do and how you can show leadership in the community.
As we come to Glenn Grother's point that everybody tries to do their bit and we're doing ours. Just one supplementary. You talked about legally binding targets. Are you referring to the Paris Accord edges? Because are they
zero targets?
Are they legally binding? Are there real penalties?
Well, they're referred to in government's own websites as legally binding.
Okay. Thanks. Councillor Tanshos.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation today, and thank you for your work over a number of years now. And to see that orienting more towards climate change is a really positive thing as well. You've given us a lot to think about, and I welcome your offers to partner with us in a range of different ways. I wanted to ask you a bit more about you were talking about Toitū moving away from offsetting, and because we weren't keeping up with international best practice, I think is what you said. Could I ask you to expand a little bit on that, particularly from the point of view of your thinking around how we could develop some local compliant steps?
Yeah, so my understanding, in previous years we were able to buy carbon credits, carbon offsets that were based on New Zealand reforestation projects and among others. But my understanding is because they are part of the ETS scheme, that they are no longer compliant with that international best practice.
Right. And because it's double dipping.
Because it's double dipping. Yeah. And so, for anyone working with the Toitū program, they now have to secure those offsets internationally.
Right. But by having something locally that wasn't in the ETS, you could potentially offer that. Is that?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. That's...
Any other questions for the gentleman?
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
I think we're now forced into an adjournment because the other two speakers are not here yet, so we'll take 10 minutes. Oh, it's good. Hang on, we're live. Oops. All right, so we've decided to proceed with our meeting, given that the last two speakers of the day have not turned up, and we can't get in contact with them. So we're on page 16 at the reports section of the council meeting, mayoral and chief executive reports. I'll take my report as read. Happy to answer any questions. No questions? We'll have a mover. Councillor Isles, Deputy Mayor. All those in favour?
Aye.
All those against? Chief Executive's report. Would you like to speak to it, Chief Executive?
Given that my computer has just done this, I'll take it as read.
Emphasising.
If that's okay.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, I will. Thank you very much.
It's on page 28, by the way.
Thank you.
You want to see it?
No, that's fine. I think I'm just emphasising the acknowledgement of the LTP process and, here we go, the work of the councillors and all of the staff in terms of the focus in the last, at least this last 7 weeks, but certainly the last 18 months. And obviously we're here today living that live and the importance of it, but also the complexity of it. So acknowledging that. The other thing which I've, sorry, page 28 is it? I've written in there because it really appealed to me when the Mayor and the Deputy Mayor and I were at the Whakatane Board Mills celebration of the reopening and Ian Halliday, I think, well, actually it might have been Dermot Smurfit himself, read out the saying that the Smurfit company was quoted in the Irish Times as saying that if it isn't difficult, it's easy, and if it's easy, everybody's doing it. And if everybody's doing it, there's no point doing it because there won't be any money or financial advantage in it. Fewer people are doing things that are difficult, so that's where there's more profit to be gained. So you need to embrace difficult. And it resonated to me, not least of all because we became so close to losing the board mills and their incumbent employment and the multiplier effect into our economy from it, and how it took that investment consortia from overseas to think differently, to see the opportunity, and then to have the courage to invest. And so it really stood out to me. It really got me thinking that day, and in later conversations that I had with Dermot Smurfit. But it also did resonate with me in terms of some of the things that we're asked to do as local government. We're asked to step into spaces where others won't and can't, and often because it requires the public purse to invest into difficult spaces to unlock opportunity for community, and that's quite a difficult space that local government is asked to step into, particularly in straitened financial times like we're in at the moment. So I just wanted to reflect on that actually, and had a long chat, as I say, with Dermot after about that Smurfit group philosophy and principle. We had Department of Internal Affairs senior staff in the house last night for an hour or so. Stephen and Kay were both with me for that, and it was interesting to hear some officials directly from Wellington about what's happening in Wellington, the changes, the new ministers settling in, and what's happening for them. And they were certainly emphasising infrastructure, housing and economic development as the three things that ministers are wanting to talk about. And it's very timely that tomorrow the Mayor and I go to the Bay of Plenty Mayoral Forum in Rotorua, where the Honourable Simeon Brown will be attending. So it's going to be interesting for us as the Bay of Plenty Mayoral Forum to hear for the first time tomorrow directly from the Minister. And there will be some specific questions asked there about his proposals around local water done well and the tools that he is likely to give local government to pursue collaborative entities and to make those scalable and financially sound. So sort of all tying together. But it was very interesting to talk with the Wellington officials last night about what they're seeing and hearing and where they're guiding us to sort of think about and positioning ourselves. So Also really pleased to be undertaking the work in terms of the review of the Health Check 2020, which is, of course was all about our enabling services and were they fit for purpose. And that was all about getting our organisation prepared to be fit for purpose to deliver to our community more effectively. And that was on reflection after coming in here as a new CEO 5.5 years ago in terms of looking at the things that we could improve that did require investment in the organisation. I think today that the fact that we're sitting around here all using electronic devices in a much more modernised environment in terms of a business system, for example, supporting system is a testament to the fact that we used to sit here with piles and piles and piles of paper. As a change in terms of the modernisation of our IT system. I'm looking forward to the review being completed and to look back and learn from that and celebrate what we have done well, reflect and learn from what perhaps needs some more effort, and to think about what comes next in the future to ensure our business continues to be fit for purpose. So they would be my key things at the moment in terms of where the focus is, and just knowing in the coming month, 2 months actually, till the end of June, the focus really is around ensuring our LTP gets over the line and the audited timeframes, with audit and to the timeframes that we've set ourselves for, if entirely possible. So happy to take any questions.
Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Jukes.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Steph. Just with the Health Check 2020, is this really just an internal how staff are working and are our systems and processes working more effectively? And is it going to be cross-referenced to our annual report and our residents survey to see that we're actually improving services, not just internally but regarded externally?
The scope in terms of the terms of reference are entirely about the 14 actions that were recommended in the Health Check 2020 report. So we haven't at this stage then tagged them to other survey results or any other impacts, just looking at those 4 enabling business system reviews that were recommended and how have we progressed them. So the opportunity to take that though in terms of a clean piece of work and then use that in terms of our business going forward, there'll be a really good opportunity to do exactly that, remembering that some of these things are ongoing. So I use our ERP replacement, our major backbone in terms of an IT system. That's, as you know, it's still, because it's a very large project and we want lots of stop-go gateways for it, it's still got a long way to go. One of the things that will come off that backbone is a lot more flexibility and adaptability in terms of responsiveness with the community. So some things I'm sure will have had an effect and some are yet to be felt. I'll always remember that when we commissioned that report, what I had said to councillors of the time is that they were talking to me a lot about symptoms. The complaints, the challenges, the difficulties were often symptoms, and we needed to go back into the root causes of those and have a look at the root causes of those frustrations with our enabling services.
Thank you.
Good question.
Just wanting to know, do we have a time frame for when we're going to get these review results?
I would think by the end of next month.
So you will be sharing that?
Yes, I will.
Because okay.
Yes, I will. Absolutely.
Yes, this.
So 10 shots and then...
It's not a supplementary for you.
Mine was a supplementary. So when we did that originally, are they going to be asking councillors any questions about whether we feel like fit for purpose stuff is working?
I just saw that Kevin Scott's already run a workshop with councillors and done the review process. Were you not there, Councillor? Because I was deliberately not in that room.
But no, not in the interview sort of process.
I had understood that he went around and spoke to councillors. There was a workshop.
He spoke to several councillors directly, particularly ones who were involved in the establishment of that review and running key committees that work is now being reported to.
Okay.
And then a workshop with all of the councillors. If you want further contact with that, I'm more than happy to organise it. I'm trying to keep it refined though to manage the costs of the review itself as well.
And they will. You expect those costs to be how much roughly?
for the entire review process. Certainly less than $60,000, $70,000. Depends how much scope creep happens.
Thank you. Thanks, Steph. On a different issue, one of the challenges we've had for some time has been central government and larger councils poaching our staff, or attempting to. With what's happening with the public service in Wellington, presumably that will change that. I was wondering if you had any comments on that.
We certainly saw that, not least amongst local government staff going to central government, but also iwi, good staff in iwi being pulled through out of Runanga into central government departments. We saw a lot of that, and that had a real impact across the regions. So there's certainly a reverse flow happening now to some degree. Obviously, a lot of those skills and expertise would be really helpful in our organisation, but it coincides with the same time as our LTP, and we are, for the community benefit, really looking hard at FTE numbers, and will not be going near the levels of service that had been anticipated in the first cut with councillors. And so those opportunities will be looked at, but there just won't be the opportunity, I think, to pick up some of those. But that's not to say that our other local government colleagues and iwi partners will stand to perhaps gain some people coming back from central government.
Thank you.
Having said that, Councillor Tanchos, this current government is in the process of cancelling legislation and withdrawing legislation. Talking with the Wellington officials last night, it becomes evident that that's one phase. When they move into the next phase of building legislation and building policy, and they have to do regulatory impact, because they've done it all under urgency, when they start to have to do regulatory impact statements and all of the other incumbent good public policy impacts, I suspect some of this will shift, and they'll recruit people again to start to build the policies that they want. So it's a shape and form at the moment. And knowing public policy like you do and I do, they will have to recruit to get the reform work through that they want. Local water done well is one of them. So it's going to be interesting to watch.
Any other questions or discussion, actually? Okay, can I have a mover then? Mover, Councillor James, seconder. Councillor Tanchos, all those in favour of receiving Chief Executive report, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? None.
Thank you.
We're at section 11.1, Global Cities Whakatane Committee update. It's on page 115 of the agenda, and I believe
Could we actually do policies and bylaws first, Mr. Chair? Yeah, because we did have some guests, so we're hoping that the guests
are right. Okay, all right, fair enough. Section 11.2, so we're on page 125, the policies and bylaws report.
Kia ora koutou, thank you for having me. This is a report prepared by Ayla Naidu and my team, and it is your 6 monthly update on the policy and bylaw work program that our team looks after. At the last update, it was agreed that a number of the key policies would be reviewed following the LTP process, and that is still the case. So if we would, I'll take the rest of the report as read, but just jumping to the summary tables under section 4.1, you'll see most of the LTP ones are identified there as completed. There are no real red flags in terms of policies that are currently under review. In terms of bylaws, there are a few which we are currently slightly delayed on for various reasons, and some of the explanations are outlined in the text within that table. The two appendices, I must apologise again, the text is hard to read, so hopefully you've been able to zoom in on the PDF documents attached to the end of the report and look at the narrative there. And I must also acknowledge one error in the policy schedule. The dog policy was actually reviewed in 2022. We were aware of this, but unfortunately it wasn't captured in this report. It still says 2004. But other than that, the information is as per the report. Are there any questions on any of the policies or bylaws?
For those that are to be confirmed for consultation, how come we don't already know that whether or not they require consultation or not? Or why
Are you referring to the ones
I'm referring to Table 1, policies to be approved for consultation.
draft currently out for consultation?
Yeah.
So most of those are within the revenue and financing policy, the development contributions policy, and the other policies that support the LTP. So while we've now received the submissions on those policies, Council hasn't yet had an opportunity to deliberate upon that feedback. So that will be happening next week, and they've been completed, but they haven't been adopted yet.
Yep. Deputy Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Lainey. Thank you. Just on page 127, the district tree policy.
Yes.
So in regards to one of the submissions that we've received with the climate change, and that we don't have any sort of reference about tree planting or anything like that in the LTP.
Yep.
And some suggestions, will they get incorporated into that?
Yes, so I believe Ian Maloney is working on that one with Georgina, and it is underway. George might be able to comment on the content of the actual policy and what will be in there.
So there are, what's in the report, I think, is the district tree policy. We
Yes.
are also developing a district tree strategy, and under the strategy the policy is more of an internal guidance as to how we, for example, between the transportation team and our team, how we manage street trees, and so it's kind of more of an internally focused document. Our district tree strategy is more outward facing in terms of how we manage our trees that are within our control and our aspirations for trees within the district.
And that will have an action plan attached to it, Georgina?
Councillor Puller, followed by Councillor Isles.
Only when you're going through this process, do you look at policies and bylaws that have maybe become ineffective over time or unenforceable?
Yes, we do. There's a really good example of that one, the rural roads encroachment policy. We've been reviewing that recently, and the transport team have recognised that actually it's probably redundant, because actually the work that is advised under that policy is being done within another policy. So I believe that Ayla's been working with Annalise, the transport manager, to confirm whether that policy can actually be removed from the schedule. That decision hasn't yet been finalised, but we're just making sure that it is indeed covered elsewhere. So there's a kind of cross-checking process. But yeah, absolutely, we do that. There's a cycle that we're required to do it. So in the report, it talks to that cycle, a 10-year or a 5-year, depending on when it was established. And the team are quite careful to ensure that we're not, there's no repetition and duplication unnecessarily. So yeah, if a new policy or bylaw comes in that supersedes or replaces another, generally that is taken into account.
Councillor Isles, you still have a question?
You're just going back to the district tree policy again. What is it, the work that you're doing then with, going through Parks and Reserves, with regards to doing tree surveys in various communities? For example, Taniatua, for example, apparently per capita has few trees, so you're looking apparently at possibilities of planting birds. Is that work that comes under this policy, or is that something entirely different?
That work comes as relevant to the development of our district tree strategy, where we have looked at, yes, the tree population in our different communities, and So the strategy will have aspirations to increase our tree numbers in those parts of our communities that have lesser tree numbers.
So supplementary, if I may, does that mean there'll be further consultation along those lines with communities or through community boards, or how would it work?
Yes, we will communities on our draft district tree strategy. We're almost at that point, but obviously there's a lot of consultation with the community going on at the moment. So that the draft will come out to our communities for consideration.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Boynton first, and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for your report. Just highlighting again, I saw, and sorry if I've got this wrong, the procurement policy, because we've been talking about that for the last 12 months, and it shows there that it still hasn't been reviewed, but you're looking in 2024. So, is the work being done around there? Because I did have a look at it a couple of weeks ago again. About it being updated. Is work being done in?
Yeah, in fact, it's probably in our list of certainly top 5, probably top 3 at the moment as most urgent, because, as you'll know, there has been recently an appointment made to the procurement and risk manager position here in council, and working with her and assessing the need for that to be reviewed, but also to align with our circular economy approach, our social procurement strategies and so on. We're really conscious that one is important to get right. So can assure you there's plenty of work going on. You haven't yet seen the outcome of that work, but hopefully in the next report there'll be some real progress made.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I've just got a question about, and I don't know which policy it would fall under, whether it's the revenue and financing, but our debt recovery. And I couldn't see where in either that one or any one of the other finance policies where we had any change to what we've currently have been doing in the past, since it doesn't seem to be going down.
Gary can cover that off. That's on one of the LTP policies.
One of the things I'm looking at is debt management policy, which is a management policy, and includes both collection processes, staff delegation elements, and write-off controls, etc. So the team is working on that at the moment. I would probably expect it to be resolved in the next 60 days.
But that's not included in this suite here.
No, because it's a internal management, and I'm not at the moment. I'm not sure it's actually described as a policy. I think it's described as a procedure or guideline.
There's a guideline. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Just an additional one.
Oh, she's pushing their luck. Go ahead.
I just wanted to know, has there been any, with the rates for emissions and postponement policy, and has there been any significant change to that, and or with Māori freehold land that we need to be aware of?
None. So those policies were presented as part of the LTPD legislation.
So we don't in control of those?
Well, we review them and we decide what's in them, but they were reviewed through EER prior to release in the CD as prospective changes. They will come back as part of the LTP documents that needs to be adopted. You actually have to adopt those policies before you can adopt the LTP.
Councillor Isles was next, and then Councillor Boynton.
Thank you, Bishop. Page 128, the SEED extension policy. You see there that it's planned to be reviewed before the 1st of July, so the changes can be implemented before the next SEED extension program, and it may require consultation.
Yes, I noticed that one as well, in terms of the time. I will need to go back and check with the transport team, and apologies, Ayla's not here because she's doing the management challenge in Wellington. I believe she's somewhere arrived back in Whakatane, but I will need to go back and check, because I also picked up on that and the time frame. If obviously consultation is required, then that's going to get pushed, because there obviously wouldn't be time within what's going on with the LTP. But I'll come back to you on that one.
I just wonder why there would have to be further consultation, because it was a policy that was just to be reviewed, I thought.
Yes,
Anyway.
and yeah, I thought I was trying to check that for you. Sorry.
Thanks, Annie.
Councillor Boynton.
Hi, again, I know. This one might not necessarily be a policy or bylaw, but LGNZ released the new guidelines for the standing orders. So I just wanted to find out to see if our council has gotten a hold of those and that are realigning what, because I had a look between our standing orders and what the new guidelines have said, and some information in there has been updated. So I'm just wondering, is there a schedule at some stage in which we are making sure that our standing orders are up to date with what's just been released?
That's difficult.
So standing orders reside within the governance team's requirements. This is organisational, it's okay, policy and bylaws, so it's a good question. So I'm just saying Lainey's not responsible for that. So I'm sure that Emlyn's team will be looking at that, because anything that comes out in terms of best practice from within the sector, we review in terms of our standing orders or whatever that might be from a governance perspective. So I'm sure that it will be coming through at some stage. I can see Charisse nodding her head and saying that that's a discrete piece of work the governance.
Great, thank you.
Okay, well, if there are no further questions, can I have a mover? Councillor Isles moves, Councillor Arkell seconds it. And those are the three recommendations. I won't read them out. It's getting a bit late in the day to read them all out. Anybody have any discussions or debate they want to have? No? Then I will put the motion. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against? None. Let's go to the next. I'm just reminded that the last presenters are here, but we'll try and get through this now that we're in full swing, and then the presenters can come and present the final submission of the day, if that's all right. Okay, so Global Sister Cities on committee update, pages 115 through 124. I guess Danielle will speak to it.
I'll
you'll do it, okay.
Yes.
Danielle.
Hi Danielle, thank you for joining us. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you cast your mind back to the delegations manual, after the election, there were two previous committees of council, the Sister Cities Committee and the Pride Whakatane Committee, which were just put on hold. As a result of need in the community, we had to establish some form of advisory for sister cities, and that was because there are a couple of groups who actually require council participation in order to smooth their relationships and enable them to do their activities and projects with various cities that we have relationships with. So detailed in the report is a little bit of a history about how we got that group going. We treated it as a bit of a pilot for both sister cities and Pride Whakatane that were being were sitting on hold. We've been running meetings now for about a year. We had 4 councillors who were prepared to roll their sleeves up and help get it started, because at that stage it was quite urgent, particularly around some of the school trips. We've been meeting for about a year. I think it's pretty safe to say, Councillor Isles, that we're kind of getting into a slipstream, a bit of a routine. We have a work program now, meeting regularly, talking about the work program. We've certainly got past that organising stage and we're in a flow, and we're at that stage where we were quite keen to come back to council and tell you about the progress being made and what some of the next steps were, and have a little bit of a discussion about how the group was going. We did hope to have a couple of people coming along, but I think they were scheduled for about 3:30. So we might miss them, and they were 2 external members on the advisory group. So I think unless there's anything else, Danielle, we're just happy to open it up, have a bit of a conversation.
All right. Anyone got any questions or comments? I'll take as well.
I'm just going to just a correction.
Yep.
Just on page 116, just where it says Councillor Julie Jokes, it should have deputy chairperson after it. It was an official appointment of the committee.
Councillor Riles and then Councillor Rangiako.
Thank you, Worship. Again, it was more or less since the disestablishment of sister cities as we knew it in the previous trienniums, I was rather anxious that we do get something formalised and that we get it into Stella so that my fellow councillors, and especially the new councillors who have really no idea of the existence of or how sister cities or more to the point global cities operates, that it be there for reading and for continual updating so that you know exactly where and how things are progressing. And the only correction I'd have to make too is, Your Worship, the Pride Whakatane changed its name to Keep Whakatane District Beautiful some 2 years ago, so just to bring it up to speed. And that was, or that is, what I've known as the other ad hoc committee of council, which has been in existence since the year 2000.
Hi. I can't find anything on Stella. Anyway. Hi Danielle. One of the things, because you're right, I don't know, I've read the report here, but there are a couple of things around $10,000 budget per annum, and then it's quite specific what that money is to go towards. Does that include the flights and accommodations, or I'm trying to understand, because we're in this, how we are now with ratepayers, and is this covered? How is this thing funded? And one, it asks students for $1,500, where it's asking these are $1,500 scholarship. So the scholarship is given, but when you take the delegation overseas, I noticed there's about 7 councillors and GM. Is it the whole team that goes over? And how is that? And who pays for that?
Kia ora, thank you for your questions. So firstly, there is $10,000 allocated in the budget, I guess through annual planning and LTP, for the sister cities to carry out certain activities, part of those being attending conferences. In the past there has been a scholarship for students to apply for in terms of student exchanges. We have developed a work program which identifies a number of activities where that money that's been put aside will help support. The delegation is separate and would have to be funded separately. So at this point in time, it's like a regional sister city relationship. So Whakatane District Council, Opotiki, Kawerau and Bay of Plenty Regional Council have a relationship with the Jiangxi province in China, and there was a delegation from Jiangxi in Whakatane a couple of months ago, which we hosted along with up to about 80 students that they brought to visit, and they have advised us that they will be bringing an official government delegation later this year to the region to visit, but they had also invited us to put together a delegation visit to go and visit the region. So at this point in time, all we're doing is exploring the opportunity of taking a delegation over to our various sister cities, both in Japan. So we've got one in Kamagaya, and we've got a friendship city in Shibukawa, and then also in Jiangxi in China. So at this point, that is not got any money attached to it. It's just an exploration as to what a delegation might look like. I understand the last mayoral delegation that went to visit our sister cities was prior to COVID. Some of the activities that would be looked at would be actually taking a business delegation over as well. So looking at cultural exchanges, education opportunities, trade, etc. So those are different activities.
I might just clarify, the $10,000 mentioned in the report is an existing budget, and it's largely focused on domestic activities. So attending the Global Cities Conference in New Zealand, some scholarships from schools here, travel overseas here. So it's just for domestic activities in New Zealand to support the Global Cities activities. Any delegation or any external trip, there would have to be a plan for that, and then a paper would need to come back to council requesting funds for that activity, if funds were requested for it.
But it's saying in here, so when it says in here that there's a trip looking in September, that you're talking about domestically?
No, so
it means externally going there.
Yeah, externally going there. So that means that the group will be putting together a proposed plan, talking to other groups in the community that might be interested in that, and that if funding is required from council, we'll bring back a request to council through the annual planning process for funds for that.
Can I also just say, Councillor Rangiaho, often with these examples, the hosts pay for a considerable part of hosting delegations from New Zealand. So there's a mix in terms of how things are funded, to your original question.
Again, if there is no plan that holds water, then...
That's right.
There's no plan.
That's right.
So,
But it does give a cause inside of the report that it can be like referred. I think there was one part. I did it. You know, I'm just being quite conscious of the submissions that we've had in keeping to basics, and
which is why.
Although these are relationships, so there's 5 years down the track, so it's just we're being asked to tighten things up, and that still would go ahead, but I don't know whether it's in the right time or space to do that.
to do a raffle.
Which is why, sorry, to Steve's point, Councillor Rangiaho, a plan comes to you and you get a clear visibility of what the purpose of the trip is, who the partners are going, which partners may go regardless of whether local government is involved or not, but it gives you a very clear purpose for the trip, an outline of it, and then what the ask is, if there's an ask of council to make that decision at the time. And that's exactly why that happens, so that there's a very clear stop-go gate every time that there's a proposition.
Ms. Riles?
And again, that was the very purpose of bringing this paper to council today, to give you a historical background as to how the delegations under the previous mayors have operated. And I go back to Mayor Holmes, and I mean, Mayor Holmes was quite emphatic that if we were going to have a delegation going to visit our sister city and our friendship city, that it had to have a business orientation, or there had to be a purpose outside of it just being a so-called junket. So that is why you're given the complete detail in this report as to how those visits have been structured in previous years.
There would have to be a benefit.
Yes.
Defined.
Yes.
There's no benefit, there's no
Yeah.
plan.
And also,
Councillor Boynton.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to add to that also, the plan defines what council's role is, because actually council's role might just be a letter of support. Yeah. But actually, that decision is when the plan...
I understand about
Just
the
signal.
relationships and things like that, but it's just at this moment and at this time.
Councillor Boynton?
Yes, I was just following on, I guess, because from Councillor Rangiaho, because it is quite heated. I mean, it's already come up already in social media around this, that apparently the councillors and the mayor got off to China, and so there are people, as we've seen in the submissions, and communities and that who are asking for, you know, needs like toilets and things like that, and then they're having something come out to do with a delegation going off to China. So there is a perception issue there. For this particular report, because it has in their recommendations, are we approving that $10,000 is allocated per year towards this?
No. First of all, no decision has been made and no councillors are going to China.
Okay, great.
Or the mayor, that's...
Or the mayor, so no councillors are going to China?
No, nobody's going to China.
That's great.
The mayor's been to China before.
However, there is some interest because there are some opportunities for a trip later on this year that have been brought to our attention in the advisory group, and there might be an opportunity for a group from Whakatane to go to China and to Japan. Whether or not council has a role in that, I don't know, but what we'll do is we'll bring back a plan, and at that point you can decide whether or not council should participate in that. But at the moment, no councillors are going to China. The second point I'll make is that there is no funding being requested in this paper. Nothing. This is just an update paper on the group that has been formed and the progress they've made in terms of maintaining this existing level of service that council has to its relationships offshore.
But we could just hypothesise. Let's just say that Zhang Ji was interested in aquaculture. There's a potentially billion-dollar industry going on out there, and they wanted to invite you there to talk about business possibilities. Then would you not want to do that, given that the aquaculture industry requires funding and require lots of it? Those sort of things. But if there's just going there for a trip, that's not really...
And they might have technology about building a bridge.
I think we know. I think even the Romans knew how to build bridges. Some of them are still standing. So,
just to add further to that too, Your Worship, I mean, we've had to re-establish these relationships with the likes of Kamagaya and Shibakawa and Jiangxi. So again, we've got 2 delegations at least going from Whakatane to our sister city during the course of this year. So it's quite likely that there's going to be publicity, or there's going to be some sort of connectivity between the groups and council. So that's again the very reason why we want to get this before you, so you had an understanding of where the sister city relationship is.
Mr. Chair, we're just trying to clarify. I feel some angst here between. All we're asking is some clarity. These two are asking just some clarification too. Steph, you says that there's no money from us being invested if we were to go there. The hosts pay for whatever. So if we hosted Jiangxi, how much financial support did we give them when they came here? Or did we give any?
So what I want to say is that sometimes the hosts pay, not always. When we're travelling, when delegations have gone previously, it's different for different cities and different countries. So you just prepare it trip by trip for the purpose that you're going to, and what those hosts are prepared to do and what they're aiming to get out of it as well. I don't know what it would cost to host a delegation from Jiangxi at this point in time, Councillor O'Brien. We haven't done any scoping of that, and I would expect that if we were to host a delegation, we'd be sharing that across the 3 councils. We've always talked to Whare Wānanga or Awanuiarangi, for example, because they've got a strong partnership with China. So you'd look to figure out what the purpose of that delegation was that you're receiving and how you might manage that. So we always deal with it sort of event by event or case by case basis.
Angst.
And they're good questions of clarification.
They are, and I'm happy to answer questions of clarifications, but some statements were made that were not correct. And because this meeting is being live streamed and recorded permanently, I wanted to make it perfectly clear what the actual facts were. So I apologise if it came across quite strong, but I just wanted the facts to be clear.
We have to ask.
Can I just correct? Those were, I was just reporting on what is coming out at the moment, so they weren't exactly my statements that I was making around that we've all gone to China or anything like that. So it was just really and I'm grateful that you clarified those points clearly so that it can disperse that. But I also, after hearing you all look at, time and time again, we've also heard through the submissions that we need to tighten our belts and we need to look at how we can pay for things externally. Is there any other way in which we can find external sources if we wanted to do something in which the council then has some kind of revenue or opportunity to save costs or have relationships that bring in external support of some kind? I'm picking that this is part of what these relationships do for us. Is that right?
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, I've seen situations where there's been external sponsorship to support events or delegations, that there have been external offshore relationships that have supported cities with particular projects, particularly when I was in Christchurch, I saw that. I know of one of New Zealand's top 10 exporters. One of their key suppliers was actually developed through a sister city delegation that went. So there are lots of opportunities like that, but it comes from having relationships. And the current $10,000 budget, which has been around for decades in this council and hasn't moved much, is just largely supporting what we do locally in order to keep those relationships going. So yeah, if we do have a delegation that comes to town and we want to buy them a cup of coffee, if we've got some funding in there, we might use that as an example, just to keep that relationship alive.
Councillor Isles?
Thank you, Wish. I think, just listening to the conversations that are going on around the table today, I think it might be pretty advantageous if, in the near future, we provide councillors with an update as to where and what progress we've made, bearing in mind that the Japanese garden, for example, which was a gift from the city of Kamagaya to the city of Whakatane, was funded entirely by the Japanese gardeners. So it's those sorts of things that historically have got a long association with the Whakatane district. And just out of a point of interest, the last delegation that went to Japan under Mayor Bon took a delegation of students from Whakatane High School, Whakatane Intermediate. So there's culture as well as educational values that can be added outside of economics. So it's something there that possibly, as councillors, you'd like to see a little bit more of a breakdown as to how things have evolved since the city movement started.
Thank you, Councillor Isles, for your...
Quite happy to do that.
For that, so our daughter did go with Councillor Bott. She's part of that cultural support.
Well, if there's no more questions or discussions, I'll ask for a mover and a seconder. Mover Councillor Duke, seconder Councillor James, for those 4 recommendations there on page 115. I won't read them out. I think we've had our discussion, so all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Passed. We now can slip back into our submission mode. We have final couple of submissions, Maria Stuve and Hannah Baxter from Whakatane Youth. Welcome, ladies.
Good afternoon. I'm Maria Stove.
And I'm Alison. We have been a part of the Youth Climate Change Group for around a year now, meeting with others from Whakatane High School and Kashibu to discuss actions youth can actively take to reduce climate change. Firstly, getting climate change information is quite difficult, as it is rarely studied or covered in our school curriculum. So we have to actively seek it out and go through the council and government websites or find it elsewhere online. In reality, the youth community won't do this. We think that we benefit from having potentially constantly advertised small actions that we can implement on a day-to-day basis. Viewing climate change as a vast problem looming over us is a bad approach for youth especially, as we tend to shut down an initial to ignoring it entirely.
We would also like to try and recruit more school teachers to set up an Enviro group make this job not sound like a drag or like another thing they have to do, but rather highlight the importance that these groups have in schools, and especially for our climate and ongoing youth knowledgement on climate. These groups are also dwindling. As of recently, our Trident Enviro group stopped. Potential actions they could take are tree planting, which is hands-on and leave the youth feeling like they've made a lasting impact. It also acts as a memento for students to look back on and see their impact on the environment. This allows them also to gain some climate preserving actions which they can later incorporate on in their lives. And it would also be good to recognise students and teachers who take part in these actions.
As a group, we came up with the idea of advertising little chunks of information at a time. For example, having a monthly action until we reach carbon zero, small goals that are updated regularly to keep momentum going. We'll focus on predominantly community emissions using the tracker, and it would be beneficial, we think, for schools to see their carbon footprint emissions so that we can see what is being emitted and students can target them during school. Climate change doesn't have to be a subject of doom and gloom. Therefore, by making aspects of it fun, we'll increase awareness, especially throughout the youth community, and aid in reducing our emissions little by little. Some community climate change awareness days with fun activities for everyone to take part in, we think would be beneficial. Starting up a community garden and also incorporate into school carbon footprint competitions.
Also having a big social media presence would be cool to see, such as through TikTok and Instagram. Following trends on TikTok and social media will increase the amount of views that you will have seen, and having good humour videos will make a longer lasting impact. And that's all we have today.
Kia ora, ladies.
Councillor Ayres has a question.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Hannah. The tree idea that you were speaking about, have you, through Whakatane High School, spoken internally about a project like that? And secondly, have you got a ground or an area that you're considering planting?
So we have done tree planting through school through one of our teachers. And I'm not sure on the areas that we have planned for it, but that would need to be discussed to see if we can plant trees and have students with it.
Thank you.
Councillor Boynton.
Kia ora kōrua. Thank you very much for your presentation and your written submission as well. Actually, I just wanted to ask if you guys were interested in being on the Youth Council.
What way of recruiting?
No pressure. No pressure. No pressure, just an anything.
Not sure. We're quite busy.
Okay. No, that's all right. I just wanted to congratulate you on your presentation and thank you very much. Very impressive.
Thank you.
So, I was going to ask one. At your school, I'm not sure which one it is. But, yeah. Is there? You guys are quite advanced. You're doing quite a few things there. With Dave Dobbins seems to be quite progressive. You've got solar things going on. And is it spoken much? Is it spoken about much climate change in your school? Is it a topic or?
It's not, well, we don't do it in class assessments too much unless you're in a specific, I think in geography classes they definitely study it.
Right, so it's not a course. No, but do your colleagues, you know, when you're out there doing whatever it is you're doing, is it
friends? I don't think you have colleagues at 16.
Friends.
Friends. Do you get around and talk about this sort of thing, or is it not really something anybody worries about?
I'd say a lot of students aren't too worried about it, or they just are ignoring it. But yeah, if you want to be a part of it or you want to know about it, it's there, but it's not really widely talked about.
It can also be like seen as like a big thing that we like can't do anything about, and like it'd just be nice to have like little actions that we could take. Yeah.
Fair enough, yep. Deputy Mayor.
Well, thank you, Worship. Good afternoon, ladies, and thank you for coming to chat with us today and your commitment for being our conscience for the future. My question relates to setting small targets. So I'm guessing within your group, are you collating any sort of information that can be replicated and shared to other schools? Or is that something council can help facilitate?
Maybe through social media again, like having just small posts being like one action a week, one small target they can make. Like we did mention like a school competition, which could be like a good way to show like our small actions are actually like, and having like a tracker on that, maybe on the website or like school assemblies.
Supplementary. So if you could ask the council to do anything to support you, what would it be?
You might want to have a think about that and come back.
Yeah. Please do come back to us, please. Yeah.
Any further questions for the ladies? Well, thank you very much. Thanks for being brave and coming along and sharing.
Thank you.
You're up. Well, I think we're at the end of our meeting, so we'll finish with a karakia. Kua mutua mautu mahi mo tēnei wā. Mana akatia mai mātou katoa o mātou hoa o mātou whānau aio ki te aorangi. Muchas gracias.
Just before we go, Emily's going to come forward, if that's okay, and just talk about what we're going to do, the things that are happening for sound in the chamber.